for Missing Exploited Children, and a number of other data collection mechanisms. So what the Administration for Children and Families has done so far, since last September, the Children's Bureau has held a series of listening sessions for the legislation at large, not just the trafficking provisions, but the other provisions as well. They've held some focused listening sessions with youth, with various components of the child welfare agencies, with the anti-trafficking community, because we're in the process of providing further technical assistance and guidance to states on what it means to implement the various provisions of this new legislation. And so far, the Children's Bureau, there's just a factual what the legislation means for Title I and also the other titles in the legislation. And there's also some additional information on the Children's Bureau website, but we have not yet released some of the more technical guidance, and that's what the purpose of these listening sessions are. And one of the things I look forward to today is hearing your questions, because that will help further inform what type of materials and assistance we could provide to make your job easier. And the other thing that we've done from a funding perspective, because HR 4980 had all sorts of requirements, but no funding authorized for it. And so starting, actually even before the legislation was enacted back in September of 2013, so a year before, the Children's Bureau and the Family Youth Services Bureau came out with an information memorandum on just child trafficking in the United States. So it addresses child sex trafficking, child labor trafficking. That is also available online, and just for those who are newer to this issue, it just provides a landscape of some of what you've seen on the video, but going more specifically into how this impacts child welfare systems and runaway homeless youth programs. But in terms of the other preparation that we've done, the Children's Bureau, starting last year, took about $2 million of their discretionary funding to fund 9 grantees across the country to strengthen the child welfare response to child trafficking. And those grantees were awarded at the end of last year, and they're 5-year programs. And the hope is that through the execution of these, or the implementation of these grants, we'll learn what these particular communities are addressing, the various challenges and the lessons learned, and then being able to share that with the broader national community. And then also last year, for the first time, the Administration for Children and Families, historically we've only had funds to provide services for foreign national victims. And for the first time in 2014, we had about a little under $2 million for demonstration grants to serve U.S. citizen and lawful permanent resident victims. Because as you know, if as child welfare agencies you're identifying victims of trafficking, they need placement options and adequate services for follow-up. And so through the Family and Youth Services Bureau, we've been trying to increase the capacity of the victim service field in coordination with our colleagues at the Department of Justice, specifically the Office for Victims of Crime. And so just know we've been doing a lot to prepare for the enactment of the bill. We're doing a lot to solicit your questions and comments and feedback and concerns around implementation. And then now looking forward, in just last month, the President's budget for fiscal year 16 came out, and in there, for the first time, there's a proposal, because, as I mentioned, this HR 4980 didn't have any funds attached to it. There's a proposal in there to provide an additional or a new $15 million to the Children's Bureau to further equip the child welfare system to respond to trafficking and to implement other provisions of HR 4980, which include the creation of a National Advisory Council, creation of stronger data collection mechanisms, and additional training and technical assistance. Also in there, in the fiscal year 2016 budget is a proposal of $9 million to further fund domestic trafficking victim services, and that would be an increase from the amount that we have right now, and ongoing funding to serve foreign national victims of trafficking. So I wanted to kind of give you that broader layout of where we've been and why, what we've been doing to date, and where we're hoping how we, at least from the federal perspective, further build capacity. And then the final thing that I'll mention is that with the passage of this legislation, it hasn't been an end. There's ongoing federal legislative interest. So just towards the end of January, the House of Representatives passed 12 different bills on human trafficking, sent it over to the Senate. The Senate has already introduced a number of companion bills, and just as of this week and last week, they've been going through markup through the various committees. And so there's a lot of action with federal legislation, and depending on what gets enacted, it may further add to the matrix of federal policies addressing trafficking issues. So I just wanted to flag that for you, that we're doing our best to respond to what we're currently responsible for, but anticipating that there'll be a new set of additional protections and hopefully ways of strengthening anti-trafficking responses. So happy to take any questions during the Q&A period, and thank you again for your attention.
This is my time before checking in. Good morning, everyone. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what the state, I'm from OCFS, and I'm here to talk a little bit about what the state has done in regards to the Safe Harbor Act that was enacted in 2008. First time I've got the date right all week long. And what we have done so far with the funding that has been a legislative ad for the last 3 years. We don't know what's coming this year, hopefully continuation. Just to give you some history, New York State has actually been a bit of a leader in this area. The Safe Harbor Act really challenged us all as systems, both the juvenile justice and even the child welfare system, to rethink our traditional approach to young people who came in contact with particularly the juvenile justice system through things like loitering, arrests for loitering or prostitution, to really say, hey, wait a minute, these are children. Perhaps we shouldn't think of them as perpetrators of the crime, but recognize their status as victims and survivors of pretty horrific circumstances instead. And it allowed there to be a change in how young people who came in front of the court were adjudicated, really allowed to waive a JD down to a PIN, so sort of the technical moment. But it really opened the conversation that had been certainly happening for a long time at the level of social service providers and advocates to say, what's going on with young people who we hear stories about who have been either on the street selling sex for survival, which we see a lot in our homeless youth area. What happens with young people who pay well all the time and come back with new tattoos, and what are we doing, and why are we turning the screws down harder on these young people? And out of that, a couple of years after the legislation was passed, the OCFS was given $1.2 million by the legislature to say, okay, now it's time to put some services in place and an approach in place. And we really took, at the time, since it wasn't baseline funding, and we weren't sure that we would see that money again, we took the best approach that we could, which turned out to fortuitously not be a terrible approach. I say this now, 10 years from now, I guarantee you will look back and think, what were we doing? Because that's how our field works. We identified 5 areas in the state based on the available data that we had that we thought either we knew had cases or we thought were vulnerable for a series of other markers that we identified. And they were New York City, Monroe, Erie, Onondaga were our first counties that we gave money to. And Westchester, thank you, I always miss one and it's a different one every time. We worked with those 5 counties to say, don't just take this money and buy some services, right? Don't put all the money into one service package. We really need to have a broader system approach to this. And we focused on 3 areas primarily. Raising awareness in the community and among service providers, and that sometimes it was public awareness and sometimes it was actual training. Creating ways to identify young people who were potential victims or actual victims of trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation, and to create a system response. By system response, we really focused the money through the local social service district and said use the child welfare system, but we are encouraging you to reach beyond the child welfare system because we know that the safe harbor legislation is not specific to the child welfare system, and it recognizes that these young people fall in many of our service sectors, and sometimes they're not even in a service sector, but they're just in a school, and they're in our community. So it's a little bit broader in scope and reach than the HR 4980, but it aligns very nicely. What I said to Catherine earlier is that HR 4980 both came along and enhanced our mojo and kind of messed it up in some places, but we're aligning it because we have to. But it's great to have that come down the pike. The second year when the money came again, there was a bump, and we got 1.6 million, and we added 3 new counties. It was Nassau and Suffolk, and we looked at St. Regis Mohawk, way up in the north corner on the Canadian border. It's a tribal nation. It shares the nation itself, or is half of it's in Canada, half of it's in the United States. Part of it is in Ontario, part of it is in Quebec. The jurisdictional issues are incredibly complicated. There's more law enforcement bodies up there than I can remember. There's like 10. So it's very, very complicated, and the border issues are very complicated up there. So at this time of year, you can drive your car across the St. Lawrence River and go from Canada to the United States and back again without there being a border. So we're doing a lot of really exciting work with a very interesting community, also recognizing, as I said, the vulnerability of Native people in this country. And then the third year, we got $3 million. That's this calendar year, and we are expanding to 9 more counties. And we are we're looking to go up the throughway because we know that there are corridors. Even though a young person does not have to be moved to be trafficked, we recognize by some of the cases, and you'll hear about one of them, that people are moved. They are being physically moved around. So we thought that if we could get lots of people working together in the same way up the corridor and then spread out, perhaps we would have a better chance of creating the safety net for young people. At the state level, we also worked, as we were working on helping localities build capacity, and I'll talk a little bit about what that looks like. We also were working to do a couple of things that would be available for everybody. We were working on, because we heard providers and localities say, we don't know how to identify these young people. We need a quick screener. It's not an assessment, but a screener. What questions do you ask somebody early on in your engagement process? And we worked with the International Organization for Adolescents, who have been our partner on this, and Loyola University to develop a screening tool specifically for minors that really reflects the New York State law around trafficking. And it's in its beta testing phase right now in the previous 8 counties that were funded. And hopefully that will be available to the field by mid-year, by the end of the year. We're really hoping to get that out and finalized and disseminated into the field. There are a lot of very good screening assessment tools out there. A lot of them are very long. So this really just allowed for there to be an identification of potential victimhood, and then for a service provider or a system to do some more digging about what was happening, what the young person was experiencing. We've also been working on a different sort of level blueprint where a county who may not be funded currently can pick up this document and say, what are the critical system pieces that our county might need to put in place in order to begin to respond to this? And we should have that finalized also by the end of the year. And simultaneously, we're working on a handbook for line staff that is more of a, okay, I found some vulnerabilities, now what do I do? Because it's fine to have a big system response, but you actually need skills and interventions to create safety and a pathway for the young person and family. We provide training throughout the state through our IOFA, but we are also working on creating a computer-based training that will be available through our state system, also targeted predominantly at line workers on how you recognize it, what are some of the flags, what were some of the things that you should be doing, what are some of the things you should not be doing when you suspect that a young person is a potential victim of trafficking. We provide technical assistance and intensive support to the funded counties. We also are sort of an open door for anybody who has a case and they want to call us. And some of the local support, the local response building blocks that we have helped folks put in place, and that have really come out of pilot counties. A lot of the work that we are now recommending was based on some very innovative practice that we saw going on in individual counties, and so we've just adopted it as the current best practice. Again, 5 years from now, we'll apologize. We are recommending that people form local steering committees that are really cross-divisional. We have found that every county had a bunch of juvenile justice work groups and some child welfare work groups and some child serving work groups, but not everybody that you really need to do this work was sitting at the same table. So everybody's sort of, unfortunately, forming a new work group that hopefully eventually can not be yet another meeting we all have to go to. We do an asset map with the county. What do you have that could be lifted, right, and tweaked or provided with some capacity that's already a trusted, known, and responsive service in your community? And we do a gaps analysis, and then we help them build a plan and then support them through a bunch of phone calls and technical assistance. I think the areas of strength that we have found in this approach so far are, first of all, we're identifying a lot of young people. I mean, with the self-report that we got from last year's 8 counties, over 700 young people have been identified across the state as having vulnerabilities. 51 young people were referred to OTDA and DCJS for the New York State confirmation process, and 21 were actually confirmed. Doesn't sound like a lot, but in the previous 7 years, I think there were 74 total. Okay, so we're seeing an enormous leap as people are, as we do the training and people, you can see people think, oh, that case, this might have been that and we missed it. One of our other strengths is that these are really building countywide collaborative infrastructure that includes some partners that people haven't always worked so well together. We're seeing probation, child welfare, mental health, runaway and homeless youth, law enforcement, all sit at the table and work together. Those are some non-intuitive partners. If you're from any one of those, getting that wide range of service providers to all sit and agree, not necessarily on what the response needs to be all the time, but that there is a problem and that we need a response. Having the healthy dialogue, and it's really the respectful dialogue that a law enforcement framework is going to be very different than a social service. It's going to be different from an advocate framework. And it has been incredibly productive building relationships. Some people include DHS, some people include FBI. I mean, it's been really exciting to see the work develop. We are also seeing a lot of people think differently and differentially about victims. That the child welfare system is not, and placement in the child welfare system is not the now response that we're seeing all the time. Excuse me. This is one of the challenges previously, is that our system responses, because of our mandates, because of that's what we're trained to do, to protect young people and to protect communities, has historically been, well, if they're in danger, we should remove them and place them, either detain them or place them in a youth prison facility or put them in a child welfare placement. These are legitimate urges, but we have found in our practice and confirmed by the counties that it is not always in the best interest long term of the young person to go with the highest threshold, the highest end intervention if the young person is not ready. We have really worked with counties to think about this more in a DV framework, domestic violence framework, it's closer to the young person's experience often, the fear, the ambivalence of leaving, and that the young people aren't necessarily sitting there and saying, save me. And that these are all often the young people who are tough, and they'll curse at you, and they'll fight you. And so creating services that are a continuous open hand is really what we have been very successful in helping people struggle with. And it is, I would say, the primary struggle within the child welfare, juvenile justice, and law enforcement approach. And people have really worked at it very hard. And the other thing where we've been very, very successful, not really we as the counties, is we've seen a lot of cross-county connections because young people are so mobile. There's been building an infrastructure within the counties to be able to know who to call in the other county when they have a case, and that's a real strength of this project. I would say that our gaps, and this is pretty, it's not individual to New York State or any county, boys, young men are often not included in the dialogue at all. And that's both straight and gay men, and straight young men who identify as straight, I think, have in some ways the hardest trajectory. There's a lot of internal barriers to disclosure. We have almost no services that recognize their experience and respond to it. We're working on that as a group to figure out what's the right way. And nationally, there's only this one program that we've found so far. So if anybody knows of a program for young men that's successful, please let us know. Transgender young people, also big gaps in services, a lot of stigma, a lot of misconception that this is volitional behavior, and a lot of misconception on the part of the transgender young people that this is the only way they can support themselves, and this is what transgender young people do. So we would say that we have a gap, although New York City has been sort of out in front doing some really great work. It's one locality, you know, and it's in a major metropolitan area. Rural services are a real challenge. It's not new, it's rural services are a challenge for all the social services, so we've been struggling. How do you get the messages, how do you create safety for young people who don't have transportation and who maybe can't get out? We don't have an answer, we're looking at it. And services for non-offending family members. There is a lot of family trafficking, more than you would want to believe, but there are also a lot of families who are horrified and feel like failures that this could have happened to their child, including foster families, and there isn't yet a really good model about how to help them cope effectively with and help them get beyond the stigma so that they can continue to care for and embrace their child while everybody's going through a very, very difficult passage in a young person's life. That is sort of the very high level overview of what we've done. We expect to see a lot of translation of what the work that we've done here in the Safe Harbor to the HR 4980, and looking at AWOLs and the AWOL population. There was one challenge that I will also identify that we're all struggling with, which is young people who have been trafficked, who are particularly for gang or PIM controlled, who are required to recruit. When you're providing services appropriately to a young person and they're coming back into your service, what do you do with them? So we're really looking at how do you create a continuum of services? Again, looking through a domestic violence lens, looking through a runaway homeless youth lens, looking through a child welfare lens. If anybody has other lenses that we have not looked at through that would be helpful, looking at healthcare, public health, really trying to figure out how to create safety for young people at all stages of their experience within trafficking. From young people who are absolutely ready for, I want to get out and I mean it and I want nothing to do with this situation, to young people who tell you, I'm not a victim of anything, I don't know what you're talking about, the money's, fast and I like my freedom. But you need services all the way through, and recognizing that young people travel along that continuum for a long time, up and down. So I'm not telling you anything, I'm seeing enough nods. I'm not saying anything you don't know, but they do present challenges to a system that is inherently geared toward child protection. And our mandates are that, and we really have to struggle about what does that look like with almost a harm reduction framework. So I'll take questions at the end as well. Amazing colleagues.
Thank you. Our next panelist is Ms. Susan Morley from the New York City Children's Services.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope this goes okay. Suddenly have a frog in my throat. I think it was from the train ride. Anybody on that train that was like 100 degrees? I'm Susan Morley. I'm Senior Advisor for Investigations to Commissioner Carry-On at ACS. I've been with ACS as Senior Advisor since 2006. I always confess that I'm a hybrid. I spent 21 years, as Harry LaSalle knows, worked together a long time on special victims work, with the NYPD, and I retired as commander of the Special Victims Division. And the reason I like to say that when I speak about this topic is I didn't think anything could shock me. With, I was responsible for sex crimes and child abuse, called adult sex crimes and children, when I was on the NYPD, the whole city, all 5 boroughs. And it wasn't really until I came to ACS that this started really hitting home for me, the CSEC of the children. And I like to share usually a couple of cases just to say how my attention was grabbed and where we are today with this. So early on, I have a program that we built at ACS of retired detectives and detective sergeants, lieutenants, and captains that are spread out throughout our 17 field officers in all the different boroughs of New York City, helping caseworkers with difficult cases. So about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe it was, a retired lieutenant that worked for me, female lieutenant, brought a case to my attention and said, we really need your help. I want to advocate for this victim. I know how patrol sometimes could be when they don't understand this crime, but we have a child that was recruited in her school by a classmate. And she's willing to cooperate. She wants to tell the story to law enforcement, but she needs a school safety transfer first because she was recruited in the school. And how that case broke is we were investigating an abuse of a 5-year-old that was called into the SCR. And when the CPS went to the home, she noticed an extra teenager in the house. and then really just had a sense of something wasn't right. And she called in a case on the mother of that teenager for basically an adequate guardianship, allowing the kid just to live somewhere else. And they accepted that case. And whatever questions she asked prompted something into the kid to go to her guidance counselor school the next day and disclose that she was being trafficked by her friend's mom. And, you know, basically, mom was set parameters for her at home, and her friend said, come live with us, my mom's great. And this mother thought maybe my kid would be safe. Let's see what happens. Her mom was thinking she was doing the right thing, because this woman appeared so nice and friendly. So the kid winds up being trafficked. When and lessons to be learned, when she goes to her guidance counselor, the guidance counselor says, the kid starts telling me this, honestly, I started rolling my eyes. I wasn't really believing her. Until she said, I'm advertised on Backpage, and she brought it right up on the computer. So there's a few lessons, I think, there. One, CPS inquire when you see extra teenagers hanging around the house. And two, the schools to be really sensitive to this and don't just, you know, disregard what the kids are saying, really listen. So we advocated to get that child, the right person to speak to her with law enforcement and to get the school safety transfer. And that case just mushroomed and mushroomed and mushroomed, and they built a big case. The next time I see this case is on the front page of the Daily News, and there's all these perps arrested, both males and females. It led to other things. And what I did is I went back and I ran all those perps to see what we missed, what lessons we can learn, what there are other cases. And then things began there. The next thing that got my attention is I heard the word trap house. Special Victims Commander, never heard the word trap house. I go, one of my people, do you hear the word trap house? The kids at our children's center, our temporary placement facility, was saying they were going up to the Bronx to this trap house. And there were guns and drugs, and sometimes they put the guns to their head. This kid was 10 years old, her friend was 12, 14-year-old. They were running away and going to this party. No big men come in, we have sex with them. Flat affect about just talking about it. So I'm like, oh my God, what do we do with this? We're gonna tell the NYPD there's some trap house in the Bronx that these kids are going to. We don't know where it is. We don't know what the person names are. Put myself back in my other job and I'd be like, you know. So I had my investigative consultants really talk to the kids and develop information, and he actually wound up following them on the train and identifying this apartment. And when we got the law enforcement to go into this apartment, sure enough, guns were recovered. They were arrested for the guns. Nobody's arrested for the sex with the minors. The minors are not talking about the sex. They don't want to cooperate on that part. So I think we need to think about some creative ways with law enforcement on when adult men are having 13 and 14-year-old girls living with them, what can be done about that and to recover. So this 10-year-old we recover, she was a runner, and that's a real big challenge, as many of you know, the AWOL situation, especially with the COFCCA kids. You will do intensive things to recover these children, and sometimes they don't want to be recovered yet, and they're gonna run, okay? So we were looking for this 10-year-old because, gee, we just got it back from this apartment with a gun. She's running again. The next time we're looking at Jersey, we have the photo and we're asking people, have you seen this kid? Have you seen this kid? Forgive me if somebody's heard the story already, but I think it's really important. They show the photo to the man in Dunkin' Donuts, which was opposite one of those hotels that sex trafficking is operating. And oh yeah, that she's a regular prostitute. We're talking about a 10-year-old kid. So I was like, whoa. We gotta really start looking at this. So we have, over the years, slowly been building our capacity to handle this. And our partnership with NINA has been amazing. We got some safe harbor funds to even do more. And I see Deborah Harper, our partners in our city agency that handles youth, our Department of Youth and Community Development. We have all really partnered, and Madeline, where are you? Iover. We have really been partnering on this issue, and it's not an easy issue. It's a big challenge, and but I think we're really making headway. One of the things we did this year, because This I started as my pet project. It wasn't my full-time gig, but it's something I cared about, and it's just really that much work. I'm sad to say that. So we have hired a COFCCA director to work with me, Selena Higgins, and she's been a godsend. She just started a few months back, and she has the time to put into this full-time, where I'm pulled in all different directions. So we're working very closely with our partners. So what have we been doing in the city? Our numbers, I really hate the stats for trafficking. Like in 2007, there was a study done for over 2,200 kids in New York City, right? I really believe we do not know, and honestly, we will never know. This is something kids are not going to tell us. Some kids will, some kids won't. The ones that will, we have to listen to and try to get services. The ones that won't, but have all the red flags, we need to engage and work with. But the thing that troubles me about the stats, having gone down to Washington and Congress, they all want stats. They all want stats, and that's why we are really struggling to figure out how to do data collection and working on the screening tool. We're piloting the screening tool. But even when we get it, the stats worry me that somebody is going to think that we only have 700 kids in New York City. First of all, only. Think about that. When that kid is AWOL, she's getting raped minimum probably 10 times a night, all right, only. So we were able from our Safe Harbor partners, and that's just our Safe Harbor grantees that we give some money to report, not our whole child welfare system. Over 782 kids last year. That's just from those partners. It's not from all our Division of Child Protection. It's not from all the foster care agencies. So stats worry me because I don't think we'll ever have the true number, yet we know these kids are being victimized out there. And we need funding to provide the services for when we do identify them or they have red flags. So what we did, what frustrated me and still frustrates me to this day and probably frustrates all of you, and I really had to come to terms with this, is the youth that we really are working with and we're trying so hard for, but they keep running on us, right? And we get law enforcement gets mad because all kinds of resources get put into finding that kid. I bring them back to you and they run. And we're not allowed by law to lock them in. And we need to do something. So one of the things we're trying at our Children's Center with our Safe Harbor funding is we partnered with Safe Horizons and we hired 2 master social workers that specialize in the COFCCA to really check in with the kids as they come in, to help us screen for it, to engage them, to do some harm reduction planning for the children that are gonna run no matter what. We've come to terms, you have to do some harm reduction. And when they come back, be happy to see them, right? Be happy to see them. Staff, law enforcement, we really have to get people to shift thinking. People get frustrated with these kids. They're not easy kids, a lot of them to deal with. I think Nina said, you know, they're gonna curse you out sometimes. They're gonna tell you, I'm staying here. Or you want me to go to a special program? I don't wanna go to that program. If you put me there, I'm gonna run. If you put me back in my foster home, I'm gonna run, right? So we have to look at every time we engage one of these youth is another opportunity to educate, do harm reduction, and when they're ready, we gotta be there ready to help them and greet them when they come back. We're glad you're safe. That's what we have to do. So that's why we put that resource at our Children's Center, and that's really through our partnership with Deborah and DYCD, because they had the contract with Safe Horizon, so we did an MOU to be able to provide that service. We work closely with GEMS, Rachel Lloyd's program, Girls Educational Elementary Services. They come into our Children's Center and do groups. They come into our detention center and do groups. I think prevention is really a big key here. Because once they're involved, it's so hard, and many of you know this better than me, to get them out. It takes a long time and there's a lot of trauma before they do come out, if they come out with life. So I think there's work to be done with prevention and preventative. We have Barbara Rothbard, I think we're speaking later, she's a contracted preventive service, New Beginners program at St. Luke's. And they work with the, I'm not gonna talk a lot about it, because Barbara's here to talk about it, but they work with the youth and the family, and in their home, and they're citywide, and they work with transgender youth as well. We have partnered with some of our service providers to our LGBTQ youth, Al Forney, Hedrick Martin, and The Door, realizing that it's definitely underserved community, and Meredith Dank just came out with research on that we probably all need to read, pay attention to some of the LGBTQ, the boys, and the youth. And there are boys out there that are straight, that are selling themselves for survival sex, just having survival sex to have beds, to have a place to sleep. There are youth that if we don't work with as they age out of foster care and help them have something to go to and to be stable, that will start engaging in this because they need to survive. So as we do permanency planning, as we're working with youth that are aging out, we really have to pay attention to them. We have partnered with our faith-based community, and anybody that knows Reverend Q English from the Bronx, she's a force to be reckoned with, and I love her. When I met her, it was like kindred spirits. And you know, when she told me she wanted to take back Hunts Point, I was like, yes, let's do it. So we have provided some of the safe harbor fundings for some of her awareness events, where they got bracelets, not on my watch, that's what her movement's called. She went on a 5-borough tour to engage the faith-based community in every borough to really inspire them to think about that issue and to help identify kids and help think about how they would help kids and the parents. Can you imagine your daughter or son gets involved with this? Who do you tell? How do you go for help? I think that's a gap we have. We have to think about how to work with our parents. If we don't work with our parents, when the kid, if we're able to recover that kid, those of you that saw the GEMS documentary, one thing stuck with me. I'm probably not saying exactly how the kid said it, but it really struck me home when the kid said, how am I supposed to go home? My mom thinks I'm a hoe. So if you think you're gonna take a trafficked kid and just put her right back home without any work being done first, it's not gonna be successful. It's not gonna work. And sometimes the parent, and sometimes legitimately so, is worried about the little sister being exposed now. So there's a lot going on that you have to work with families. We issued a policy in 2012, and we have a desk aid that we share when people ask for it. It has red flags, risks, how to engage youth, how to engage parents. If anybody's interested in that, we can get you that. Our commissioners have been great. This conference we had this year was opened up with not only our commissioner, Commissioner Carry-On, Nina, but we're very excited, the Police Commissioner Bratton. And what a powerful statement to have those commissioners opening up a conference on this topic. The Human Trafficking Squad from the NYPD was there, Special Victims, Domestic Violence, some foster care agencies, preventive agencies, ACS child specialists, all in a room together with those three, perhaps, opening it up. And I wanted to send that message because we cannot, as one agency, protect these kids alone. We need help of our partners. Anybody that really works with teens and youth needs to be up on this topic. We have, of course, Gateways, JCCA. I don't know, Harry, you guys are talking later, but that's our residential care. But we have youth that go there, that they're ready and willing to get out of the life. They're interviewed. That's where they want to be. It's harder if the youth does not. Vice just recovers her, say, if the trafficking just recovers her, brings her to the children's center. She don't want to go there yet. She may, but this kid's not ready, right? So you can't put a kid not ready with kids that are doing well in the program. It's going to be a bad mix. So that's a gap that we got to really try to figure out. What do we do with kids that are actively CSEC? And real challenge, protect the other kids so they don't recruit them. That is our challenge. We have to provide service. We can't kick her out, right? So what do we do? That's stuff we're working on. We have slotted specific slots with our summer youth employment dedicated to, I think, 32 this year, Selena. And previous years, slide 7, the 2 previous years, we're working again with DYCD. To those spots to kids that are either CSEC or at risk of CSEC. We work with Barbara Rothbard and the program to get names for that as well. If we can get kids employed, if we can get kids job skills, it may prevent them from selling themselves for a meal or something, or a shirt. Okay, I'm just looking. We have done great training with IOFA. We partnered with IOFA. We had a couple of different training conferences where we had panels of experts from the city on the panels during that training, including the NYPD command officer of the Human Trafficking Unit, GEMS, St. Luke's, Otada, Crystal Stewart. So we run panels of when we do that training. We have educated our executive team. When I went to the Shared Hope International Conference, I saw this video Chosen, and it's, I don't know if any of you seen it, but it's 2 girls talking about how they were trafficked. And it's geared towards schools. And I thought it was, first of all, it's only 20 minutes. So like if you're with your executive team, you need something quick that's gonna get the message of how this is important. I showed that to our deputy commissioners, and some of the male deputy commissioners, it was very powerful. A number of them came up to me privately and said, anything I can do to help on this, after seeing these girls talk about this. I showed this to our summer youth interns, and very engaging conversation afterwards. We just had a big awareness event. Lena's holding up the poster. We have posters in all sizes that we put on every floor of our headquarters and all our field offices. So if you're by the elevator, you're gonna be reading what children are at a higher risk of being trafficked. Runaway homeless youth, children in foster care, youth in juvenile system, children with histories of abuse, on and on and on. It has the National Human Trafficking Hotline on here. We got bracelets with the Human Trafficking Hotline, the National Hotline inside, that you can either use for the staff to know the hotline or for the youth to wear. And if you put it this way, people thought I was supporting my own agency, the NYPD, when I had this on, but it's really about awareness. We have pins. We ran a panel. We showed the Chosen video and had a full room basically in our child staff room, where we have 3 big video screens and showed the Chosen video to all different staff from my agency. We ran it twice, one day for January's Human Trafficking Month as declared by the president. And we did it where we left a lot of time for talk and questions. And Barbara Rothbard participated, our CSEC consultant from Safe Horizons that works with the kids at the Children's Center participated. Selena presented, and myself, and there was a really good conversation. Our state partners came over and participated as well. And am I leaving anything really important out? I do have an advantage over a lot of people in the state that I have the retired detectives that work with us. So I'll give you an example of how that works. We train staff. We get these cases through neglect and out of guardianship. They're not coming in as CSEC. Or a youth running away from foster care and getting involved in CSEC. So we train staff to really talk to the parent. What are the changes in behavior? And when they start recognizing that somebody bought her an iPhone that I didn't buy her, she's disappearing for a few days, now it's weeks at a time, she has an older boyfriend, we're like, where's she calling you from? And we get the phone number. We Google the phone number. The phone number comes back to the back page. We reach out to human trafficking. A lot of times these kids may still be missing, and we've been very successful working with human trafficking where they wind up recovering the child. Now we bring her back, and we try to either Barbara's program, is she right for gateways, sometimes is she right for children of the night all the way across the country, but sometimes it's the kid that's gonna run on you again, and then we go looking again. And you know, I train my guys, don't get frustrated. We're doing a lot of work with the police department. Susan Herman from the deputy commissioner collaborative with police has been wonderful on this, and she's going to do more work with us. And we made recently a child trafficking mailbox. Oh look, I'm doing good, I didn't even see it. So given staff, if they have a question or concern or a case like this, just send it to us. And Selena, myself, and my manager, my retired detectives, called investigator, we look at it. Is this something for you to try? Is this something you gotta develop? And we will assign an IC to go touch base with the caseworker and say, what do you have? How can we help? And things go from there. We are looking for a child right now that we keep missing. That the PD's been out there, we've been out there. She's living with a 55-year-old man. She's a young 16-year-old that looks young, and putting on Facebook, nobody understands this, and picture him, and so she's running. He's saying he'll tell us if she comes back, but this is how complex it is. What else? I can't read that part. Oh, so one of our biggest challenges is data collection. So we are instituting, we're gonna try this. We need to do even more, but we're gonna try this. We're using SurveyMonkey for our safe provider grantees to report their stats and some demographics on there, and we're hoping to get some data that way. We are also modifying the investigative consultants. The policy says when CPS suspect they have a trafficking case or all the red flags, go consult with the retired detectives. So we have a system that they document in. We're trying to modify that system so that we can capture some data that way. At least we'll know what they did go. It still won't be everything, but it'll be more data than what we have. So I think I'll stop there. We'll probably do it more than I forgot, but I think it's enough. Oh yeah, as she used to say, mention it is a training challenge because we have 3,500 staff just in our division of child protection alone, much less our other divisions, and we're in charge of juvenile detention and non-secure placement. We got a lot of work to do there still, and then our foster care and preventive providers. But we're making program champions in all our different areas to make experts in all our different divisions, and I'll be here if anybody has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Our next presenter is Jim Mindell from the New York State Attorney General's Office with the law enforcement lens.
Hi, good morning, everybody. It's great to be here in Albany. I'm stationed in Syracuse, which we now refer to as Syracuse. So it's good to escape. I am a prosecutor. I've been a career prosecutor, and I want to tell you about a specific sex trafficking case that I handled. And in order for me to explain to you what went on in this case, I think you have to know what we do in the Organized Crime Task Force. We are a branch of the Attorney General's office, and it is our responsibility to go after organized groups of criminals who are operating over a multi-county area. Now, I have made a career at the Organized Crime Task Force doing narcotics cases. I go after heroin dealers, cocaine dealers, and we've arrested an awful lot of them over time. Well, about 2 years back, the top prosecutor in the Attorney General's office, who's in charge of us all, Kelly Donovan, came and paid me a visit in Syracuse. And she said, you know, Jim, we love these narcotics cases that you are doing, but have you ever thought about doing a sex trafficking case? And I thought, and I said, well, I haven't really thought about doing a sex trafficking case. She said, well, think about it. I want you to develop a sex trafficking case. Well, when your boss says this, these are marching orders, but I was scratching my head and I'm saying, I'm a narcotics prosecutor, where am I going to get the sex trafficking case? The next day, I swear to you, the very next day, Pete Burns from the New York State Police called me up and he said, Jim, have you ever thought about doing a sex trafficking case? Now, I know you're thinking it's a setup. It wasn't. I said, why, Pete, that's just what I was thinking. I would like to do a sex trafficking investigation. And so he led me into a journey into a case that was just remarkable to me at so many different levels. The case went like this. A mother, a very concerned mother, reported to a detective in the Syracuse Police Department that she was afraid that her daughter had become a prostitute. Her daughter was 15 years old. And she showed this detective pictures of her daughter that were appearing on Backpage. And she said, you know, I sent my brother, my daughter's uncle, to confront this man who's rumored to be handling my daughter, and he totally stonewalled my brother and denied that she was even working there. And I am terrified for what is going to happen to my daughter. The Syracuse police quickly collaborated with the state police, and a state police undercover investigator made a call to the number posted on Backpage and arranged a date with this very young lady, not in Syracuse, but up in Watertown, which is 75 miles away from Syracuse. For those of you who are not from that area, it is directly linked to Syracuse via Interstate 81, so it's a straight corridor to the north. Well, the police arranged the date, went up to Watertown, and arrested this pimp, the person who had made this girl become a prostitute. The girl was not cooperative. The girl was not cooperative at all. But the pimp, and his name is Eric Oliver, was arrested and he went to jail. Now there he was sitting in the Watertown jail, and this just amazes me. When somebody's in jail and they want to make a call out, typically there is a recording that goes before each call that says, be forewarned, your calls may be monitored or recorded. But he disregarded that. And here's why he disregarded this. Besides being reprehensible so many ways that I will describe to you here this morning, he was greedy. And if there's anything I have learned in the world of narcotics prosecution, perhaps the best weapon we have is the defendant's, the suspect's own greed, because invariably it blinds them and it makes our job easier. So what I discovered in going back and listening to Eric Oliver's calls from the jail was he had two lieutenants, both of them female. I'll call them more younger or lesser prostitutes, let's say, within the organization. And it was amazing to me how Mr. Oliver manipulated his two lieutenants there. You might imagine they hated each other, the two lieutenants. Why? They were vying for Eric Oliver's attention and love. And in each call, he would tell whichever one, Kate or Morrow, I love you, and he'd spend 15, 20 minutes talking about how much he loved them and how bad the other girl was, I love you more. But the call would almost invariably end this way. Now go out and make me some money and put money into my account. And so these girls would go out and make money and control the younger or lesser prostitutes within the organizations of Eric Oliver. Now, as time went on, Eric Oliver made bail, and he continued his business, as you might imagine, and he got arrested in Ithaca, in Tompkins County. Again, just a short jog off of Route 81, but now south of Syracuse. What did he do when he was in the jail? Same thing, made lots of phone calls. And it was amazing to me the ways in which he would manipulate his employees, so to speak. And I'll tell you, you know, I'm a father, I have a daughter, many of you have daughters. Of course, it's your business to provide service to these victims. I had looked at the world through the prism of a narcotics prosecutor. God forbid if my child, my daughter, gets addicted to drugs. But now I have something else on my plate. There, but for the grace of God, go I. What if my daughter had met the wrong individual and fallen under the sphere of influence of somebody like this? And it ripped my heart. It was as if a hand reached into my chest and was squeezing it. So I listened to these calls, and I listened to these calls, and I heard a call with Eric Oliver speaking to one of these young prostitutes. He referred to her as Light Bright. Light Bright said, you know, I quit cheerleading. He goes, oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry I ruined your life. Now, are you going out and making money for me? And the anger that was rising inside me is very, you must know it too. You must know it in your business. And it was infuriating. So, Light Bright didn't want to cooperate either. So I have a bunch of calls, and I have a pen. But what do I need to really make the case? I need people who are going to cooperate. Not only do I need people who are going to cooperate, but thus far it appears to be a promoting prostitution case, which is serious enough. It's a felony. But if we want to make a sex trafficking case, then it's got to be turned up a notch. The sex trafficking laws in New York State are relatively recent, but they're very severe. They turn what might have been promoting prostitution years ago into a Class B felony, which is way high up there. And of course, the higher the level of felony, the greater the sentence the perpetrator is going to face. So I found some cooperators, and it amazed me that one of them was a 15-year-old girl who had met the very first prostitute who I had mentioned, whose mother was terrified. Well, she recruited her. They ran away from a juvenile detention facility together. And the first prostitute introduced this 15-year-old to Eric Oliver, and she quickly became a prostitute. It was amazing to me, though, that she was willing to come forward and testify against Eric Oliver. I don't know if it was because she was 15 and naive to the possibilities, or that she was that brave, but I must say, she did believe that her life had been ruined, that her innocence had been taken away. And her parents very much believed that as well. And they were gung-ho to have her cooperate. And man, that made a big difference for me. Another thing, another prostitute that came forward, and she was terrified. She was not naive. She recognized the possibilities or even the probabilities of the danger that she would face by coming forward. Now let me tell you what she had suffered. I was able to listen to those calls that I had described before, wherein Eric Oliver was talking to his lieutenants. And I heard him discuss with Morrow, you give that girl heroin. That girl will work all night. She's a great worker. She'll earn lots of money. She'll even work for free as long as she's on heroin. The minute she doesn't have heroin, she's useless. If you can't find heroin, get her cocaine, but you must keep her high, or else she's of no value to me. The same prostitute was beaten down by the other lieutenant, Kate, because Eric Oliver thought she owed her money. Owed him, I should say. She too reluctantly came forward and testified. But for the bravery of those two young ladies, Eric Oliver undoubtedly, I am convinced, would still be out there. And there must have been 10 or 15 prostitutes who he was working over the course of time. That's a lot of young ladies. That's a lot of victimization there. The happy ending is that Eric Oliver ultimately pled guilty to sex trafficking and was sentenced to 6 to 12 years in prison. And that's where he resides now. So I know that all of you as service providers must be sitting there saying, well, what can I do to help law enforcement with their aspect of this problem. And I could say to you that the best two things you can do are, number one, report. Bring it to our attention, whether it be the police department or the Attorney General's office or the county district attorney's office. Make it known to law enforcement. Number two, to the extent you can convince these victims to come forward and be brave and help us and testify against these animals who are doing this, that's what's going to make a difference for us. That's how we as prosecutors are going to be able to make our cases and put these perpetrators behind bars where they belong. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mendel. So we are going to take some questions for our panelists. Ms. Chung will be back shortly. So really need you to stand up and speak really loud because we are live streaming this and we don't have a mic for you. So use that deep, deep voice.
My question is for Dr. Nina. You said Erie County was one of the 5 that were originally. Can you describe what was happening in Erie County specifically and maybe go on to the other counties?
We're going to test my memory. So the question was whether I could describe what Erie County specifically is doing, and I'm going to acknowledge that there are too many counties, that we have been to 5 counties in the last 2 weeks. So the answer is yes. Every county, I will talk more broadly about an array of different services, and I cannot promise that I'm going to get the right county matched up with the right service. So I apologize to any county who's going to yell at me later. I will say that each county, because New York State is so diverse, and the field is still so young, we as the state were very hesitant to go into each county and say, you must do this, you must do that. When we first went in, several of the counties said this problem doesn't exist here. Right? That was a refrain. That has shifted, and even in 2 years. The national conversation has really, we have not heard that as much, and I promise any county who, after we do this work, doesn't uncover a single case, I'll buy their exact bottle of champagne. So unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to have to make that purchase. But up in the North Country, there's a collaboration with the International Institute of Buffalo. I'm looking at Madeline because she's half of my brain on this. And the International Institute of Buffalo has done an enormous amount of work for a long time in this area, particularly with folks who are either undocumented or are new Americans. So Erie chose to partner with them. One of the hallmarks of this project that we have really been working with the counties on is the county gets the money. We allow the county and the local community to decide, when really the county makes the decision, should the county be the holder of the funds or should they partner with a local nonprofit? We as an agency are pretty agnostic on the model as we're watching this develop. What we are clear on that works is it doesn't matter which way you go as long as there's a partnership. That this is not just a subcontract, take the money and run a service, that this is a system response. So there's IIB is providing things like case management, some advocacy.
One of the things that Erie County did that's interesting that other counties I don't think have done is they worked with the local district to train all new CPS hires as they come in. So there is a systematic way of training all child protectors. That's what we carry the National Institute.
So if anybody didn't hear that, IIB is training all new CPS workers systematically, which is fantastic. But the court advocacy piece, this is something we're seeing pop up in a bunch of other counties as well. And we're recommending is that there be some advocate support, case manager, we don't care what you call it, when a young person does effectively engage with law enforcement, which can be incredibly intimidating, and young people have a lot of ambivalence about it, that there be a person with that young person. And even when talking to the police, when talking to the district attorney, so that they feel like they're not alone in a room with yet another authority figure who could influence them and have power over them. And this is a model that we're hearing can be very effective. A lot of victim service agencies have done this. We've sort of borrowed, again, from domestic violence and some other victim service. That's all I can remember about you. And I do apologize, it's just there's 8 counties and everybody's doing, they did a public awareness campaign as well. Almost everybody has done that. A lot of the other thing that we have seen work very well in a lot of counties is partnership with either the multidisciplinary team or if they have a CAC, a Child Advocacy Center, really having a very strong partnership. In part that helps with the law enforcement connection. Those law enforcement agents are already trained to engage sensitively with young people in very frightening situations, and there's healthcare available, and there's often counseling, because we recognize that this is a form of child sexual abuse. It's a very specific form because of the transactional nature of it, but it does fall under that larger umbrella.
Here, listen, I have a question. I know we heard a lot here today, and responding to the system and to the victims. How does one determine when that victim is ready to move to that next level? What are the markers? I don't know. You know, we can have stuff on paper, and we can use our heart knowledge too. But how do we really, in the data, trying to collect all of this information? But how do we really do that? Determining the readiness. I heard the individual. Thank you so much for that. That was
Susan Marley.
Susan. What are some of the indicators? Thank you. Anyone can respond to that.
I think you're gonna have somebody speaking that probably could really answer this in the afternoon, the preventive program, Barbara Rothbard, later. But I mean, kids, from what I know from the work we've been doing and from some of the studies, like the Covenant House did in New York, if kids don't trust you or like you, they're not gonna talk to you, right? If you give a kid a hard time after they AWOL, they ain't telling you what happened to them. So, I mean, I think it's using your best engagement skills, and just really letting them know you really care. Not that you just be mad at them. I think we'll get them to open up, and they might not open up the first time. You know, leave them a number to call. If you care, leave them a number to call so that when they're in trouble, they can get a hold of you. One of the detectives I know, she said, this kid wasn't ready. I knew this kid wasn't ready, but I gave her my business card. And guess what? She called me. I think we heard that from our COFCCA consultants from Safe Horizon, because we had suggested that to them. Like, if these kids that you're working with, AWOL, do they know how to get in touch with you if they need help? And she started doing that. I think she hears from the kids too. So I think it's just really listening to them, and when they're ready, be knowledgeable enough where you can get them to help when they're ready.
So this afternoon, we're gonna have some of the providers who are delivering the services and interventions speak to that question, but I can say that sometimes what you have to do is give the youth what they need. That might be clothing, might be food, it might be shelter, and then you build a relationship and engagement from that point. But we'll speak more to that in the afternoon.
So 2 quick responses to that question. One is, so someone had mentioned GEMS and many other programs where survivors are on staff, and the importance of survivor engagement, whether it's peer-to-peer or mentorship. That's been a really effective way, partly of building that trusting relationship. And then the second is just like making any change, even for us making a change, there's if anyone has seen that diagram of the cycles of change or pre-contemplation, contemplation, and it is a cycle, and so you may be familiar with it if you've worked on other similar issues, and that's the same thing for the young people affected by this.
Yes.
My question is for are there any ideas or thoughts about making increasing enforcement of consumers?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I'm sorry, the question is, are there any ideas for increasing penalties for traffickers?
Well, for the
For the demand?
Well,
I can't really speak to whether that's afoot in Albany. That's the province of the legislature and the governor. But I can tell you that from the law enforcement side, we're ready to work with the laws, and we've been given a pretty powerful tool, at least with the provider side. That sex trafficking statute is long and complicated, but it encompasses a lot of bad conduct, and the punishments are really severe. And so we're ready, willing, and able, if we can develop another appropriate such case. My sense is there's a ton of it out there. Whether people are going to come forward and report it may be the issue.
Speaking to the federal law, so the Trafficking Victims Protection Act is what defines the federal crime of trafficking. And I was out in North Dakota and South Dakota. Both the U.S. Attorney's offices there have successfully used the federal statutes to prosecute purchasers of commercial sex with that. And also I mentioned there's a number of bills that have been going through Congress, and one of the bills that passed in the House amends the definition of trafficking. So it's recruiting, harboring, obtaining, etc. And then it also includes the purchasing as well. And so if that were to be enacted, that would be an additional tool, I assume, for law enforcement, but that's just a bill right now.
So I recently had a conversation with the NYPD because it really frustrates me when our kids that are living with these older men that are trafficking them and the kids are not ready to cooperate. I'm like, can't we get creative? Now, I don't know if we can, but I threw a few ideas out to them, and they were gonna take it back and brainstorm it. Because to me, it's like, if that's my child, then I don't want that child with that adult. That he should be charged with something once he's informed. Don't keep my kid. Can we use the custodial interference laws? Can we use the endangering the welfare of the child laws? Because that's the problem a lot of times. The kid's not ready to disclose or cooperate regarding the sex trafficking, yet this adult man has this kid. And we get him back and the kid goes back. Like, we gotta do better by the kids, I think, and get creative.
Ron?
Oh, okay. You talk about monies out there, training, really recommend the assessed service providers. Let's talk about the challenges, right? Stay in a partner with OCFS and identify these kids on public schools throughout the state. And we've seen that some education training should be directed to school districts, that they should be player or partner.
It's a great question. There is a human trafficking task force that is at the state level, and a lot of agencies are on that task force. And what's stated is so big and covers so much. What we are really seeing and encouraging the localities to do is make sure that there's a BOCES representative, again, because each individual school district has such local control, that getting it out widely is really a challenge. But we are looking at things like when we do mandated reporter trainings, including this in it, because OCFS is, usually the local social service districts do the mandated reporter training, and one of the, it's either Nassau, Suffolk, I don't remember which, said that that's how they were doing it. So we are looking to figure out how to work with state ed, but the money is really primarily for services, with the training dollars going towards the providers who are on the ground. But it is something that we have been in conversation with every county about getting the education system, because the kids either are in school or were in school, and there are a lot of red flags around, you know, a kid who was doing great and suddenly not doing so well. So the short answer is yes and no, and we're still working through the process.
Harriet.
Hi, I guess this question is mostly for OCFS, but maybe CS as well. You acknowledge that the safe harbor funding is annual, and that nobody can count on it for your year. That obviously creates problems in terms of the kinds of, you know, services or response. Has there been any sort of discussion about sort of long-term, sort of looking at what really is needed across the state? What would be done differently if the money was sort of known to be in the budget regularly, and what kinds of funds are we talking about that would be a good sum for statewide or city?
Someone will know if you answer that question. The answer is, there hasn't yet, to my knowledge, been discussion of it, but you know, there could be discussions going on that I'm not privy to. But I think it's really, we don't know enough about what the scope and scale is and what the right response looks like. I mean, we're really just at the end of year 2, beginning the you know, year 3, and I think it would be premature to say we know we need this and we know that this is where the dollars should go. I think this is where we're hoping to get to, but you know, when you set up a system too early, systems are easier to set up than they are to change. So we're being sort of judicious in the way we're approaching this.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jenna Boltzable. I work for USA. I have a response to that question period, and then I also have a response to so at USA, we started a research report determining how safe harbor funds have been implemented since the passage of 2008. So to do that, we've interviewed a lot of different sectors, from law enforcement to service providers to district attorneys to judges, to see how exactly those funds have been estimated and how they've implemented safe harbor so far in their report. So we're in the final process of creating this report, which I think will be a very helpful tool in the future to determine, Harriet, your question about how exactly safe harbor should look in the future. So that's the first response. The second response is for school. So at USA, and I'm sure many other service providers, many of you go to different schools to present or to different forums to present on trafficking. And what we found is we're asking schools in New York City, we speak for an hour maybe. The students are really empowered, they're really excited, they're working on the issue, they want to do something about it, but then they forget about it within a week because they're busy, they're students, we're human, we have to share it with them. So what we really want to do is create something sustainable in the school system. We know that many students are engaged within trafficking, and teachers and educators, guidance counselors do have that ability to identify and assist trafficking victims. So we've done a 2-tier approach. The first one is we created an educators training, so teaching educators how to identify and assist victims of trafficking in a school setting. It was sponsored by the NEA, so the National Educators Association, and we were actually presenting it last year. So several school districts have adopted our training, and I would be willing to speak to whoever wants to learn more about our training. We've also created a toolkit and curriculum. So teaching the students how to, number one, learn about trafficking, what it is, because it does look different here than abroad. When we go present, the most often thing we hear make that very clear. And so far, 5 years city schools have adopted our toolkit, and we're looking to make it more accessible.
So Jenna, because of the audio difficulty, at the end, we'll let you have a conversation and you can say it using the audio. And we'll also let Madeline, if she's still here, to address the group as well from IOFA. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Dr. Crenshaw.
Mr. Mandel was the one I want to address.
Yes, sir.
The children's home of Poughkeepsie, we've had several victims of child sexual abuse and trafficking. We tried to get justice in court. And Lori and I had just finished a chapter of a paper on trauma-sensitive courts because I think there's such a huge need for criminal justice system to treat child witnesses in a much more humanistic way and not further traumatize them. So, kids who've been vulnerable and maltreated and violated in all kinds of ways are put up there on the stand and go through that experience of being examined in a very aggressive, cross-examined in a very aggressive way. So, the courts are not a safe place for victims of this kind of crime. And so I think the court system has to do a lot to become more sensitive to the trauma that these young people have before they're likely to get out there and help their story. I appreciate your comment.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. It's not just victims of this kind of crime. Any crime victim, they're traumatized once, and then they've got to go into open court and face the person who traumatized them, and that victimizer is staring them down, and a defense attorney is there cross-examining them and trying to make them look like they're the wrongdoer. That is the nature of our system, and that is a problem. After 30 years of being a prosecutor, I've seen it over and over again, and I don't have the answer to solve that problem, but I can assure you I've worked with hundreds of prosecutors over time, and these are things we worry about and things we understand, and sometimes the victim says, look, I'll come forward and help, but is there anything we could do? Can we cut a plea bargain with this person after I help so that I don't have to go on the witness stand and testify again? And these are things we think about. Some people out and out, they refuse to come and testify. And you can respect that and I can respect that because we all know why that is. Others, that 15-year-old girl who came forward and said maybe she was naive. I was amazed at how brave that young lady was. Your witnesses, they run the gamut. This is absolutely a problem. I couldn't agree with you more. It's perhaps one of the biggest issues we're faced with as prosecutors is what's this fallout going to be for this victim?
I just wanted to comment on a couple of things that I forgot. We need to change the state law to be more like the federal law. We need it to be force, fraud, coercion, or under 18. In New York State, we don't have that. I think we need to advocate for that. We have done work in New York City with the Frederick Douglass Initiative, which goes into schools and teaches this subject as a form of modern day slavery. It was a way to get into some of the New York City schools. And I also want to bring everybody's attention to Newsweek from February 13, 2015. For those of you who don't see it, didn't see it, I recommend you read it. And it talks about the pipeline from Mexico to Roosevelt Avenue in Queens, to a woman being taken upstate, Long Island, and to the Carolinas, so the farm workers can use them and abuse them, and people making money. And one of New York is specifically mentioned right here, and the title is "The Fresh Meat is Here." In New York, one former dairy farm worker in Lewis County said that once a week a man would go to the farm with women and knock on workers' doors saying the fresh meat is here, you are up. They're talking about farm worker camps in upstate New York.
I just want to comment on this because we spent the whole day really focusing on sex trafficking, but the intersection between labor trafficking and sex trafficking, I mean, there isn't usually, sex trafficking is a form of labor trafficking, but people who are labor trafficked are often sex trafficked as well, regardless of gender, regardless of age. And when there's narcotics, there's usually sex trafficking as well. So it's really important that we ask, when we think about this, our screening tool includes both labor and sex trafficking questions as flags. And you know, it's something particularly for children we don't talk a lot about, but it's out there, and particularly for those who are in more rural counties, but it's really everywhere, but we see it and hear about it a lot in the rural counties. So it's important to not privilege one form of trafficking over another because one gets more media attention.
So another question here, we're going to take a few more and then we're going to break, and certainly would like to invite our presenters, if you can, to remain for the afternoon. One of the things that we're hoping to do for the afternoon is to have the agencies who are conducting the work to talk about their challenges, their successes, and lessons learned for agencies that are in the process of moving to delivering services for this population. Yes.
So we're working on the implementation of HR 2019 at CFS, and we're really interested in the federal guidance. I probably ask a million questions, but I will just limit it to one. Do you know if you're going to be recommending any sort of tools there?
Okay, so one of the things I failed to mention during my introductory remarks is in preparation for this, we're in the process of creating and validating a child trafficking specific screening tool. The Urban Institute is the contractor on that. And they've started the process by scanning what's already out there and also building on last year, the Department of Justice funded the first validated screening tool that Vera Institute put out there, but it was primarily adult serving. And so the purpose of this one is to tailor it for child welfare and runaway homeless serving situations. And we anticipate the timeline for that by next spring or summer. We should have the results, and we'll provide those as soon as it comes out. I'll be here for the rest of the day for other questions, and then also Branya Ashford is our representative in Region 2, the trafficking liaison.
In the back.
Was it imperative to have feelings and direct and reporting?
It was my opinion to make this case as strong as possible, which is what we needed to do, that we needed the testimony of the prostitutes. We needed to corroborate what the defendant himself was saying on these calls, and we specifically would be unable to make out the charge of sex trafficking had we not had that girl come in who had who was the one who was going to be the victim of being drugged, not one who was beaten. The brave 15-year-old helped to add some background to this, but you know, when we're making a case as prosecutors, we want to make the strongest case possible. We want the charges to stick. If we have a problem, we want to take care of business, and so I'm out there making the strongest case I can. And then when we talk about testimony, it kind of dovetails into the point that you raised. In order for us to have a felony trial, in most instances, the case has to pass through the grand jury system. And the grand is a secret system in which the defense attorney is not present to cross-examine these victim witnesses. So in a sense, in making a felony case, at least at the outset, these victims are protected from this having to see the defendant, because the defendant's not present in the grand jury, or to be cross-examined. Now, if it goes to trial, that's quite another story. That's where the victim witness is going to face that person and victimize them. So but we have a little bit of a buffer zone in there to sort of protect that victim, build our case, but not necessarily bring that victim out into the open. And to this day, I can't tell you, I'm not convinced that Eric Oliver knows who cooperated against him, because the grand jury system, is a secret system, and various people came forward to give information at various levels. Some information gets presented to the grand jury, other information is sort of kept in one's head, but it all goes to building that case.
Jenna, and then here.
Real question is next. I know that several family court judges and those who are human trafficking detention courts have been trained on what exactly a trafficking case may look like, what they may come across. Is there a mandated training for all of the judges that work on these specific cases? And I've heard several times where different judges have different protocols. So if one needs to be going back to the judge, they're arrested again, if they are still being arrested, even if they're under the age of 18. If they go back to the judge again, they'll mandate that the services, if they don't show up to service that they're supposed to, then something happens to them, and the judge will judge. So I was wondering if there's a protocol mandated training.
Does anyone know that?
OCA is a tier, so, but I don't believe that there is one.
So we'll have to put that workshop together, Jenna, and find out right here.
I know the judges in New York City, especially human trafficking, because there has been training done for them. And I also have spoken to judges of the women's, I'm going to get it wrong, bar committee, the judges, they were very interested. And I know that in April, I'm speaking at another event that is judges. What their formal training is, I can't imagine that they didn't give many training when they open human trafficking courts, but I'm not sure what their formal training is. I think it's a question for OCA, like you said.
Nationally, you may want to just go on the National Council of Juvenile Family Court Judges website, because they've been doing, have put out a number of tools out there, and I don't necessarily think it's mandatory, but there are resources that they have as well.
My question is for Susan and James. My name is Stephanie Costa from the agency Residential Child Welfare Group Home on Long Island. And what we see a lot of times with our kids is this chronic A1. And we'll have 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds. We'll go out to where we can get them trouble. And sometimes we'll call our local police. Well, we always have to file missing persons, which they're kind of reluctant to take. But we'll sometimes call and say, we have word that this person, this child is at this house, like you're saying, and it's a 50-year-old man, and there'll be nothing they'll go look into it, they'll ask questions, but then they'll say, oh, she refused to come back, or he refused to come back. And my question is, how can a child consent to being in someone's custody other than whose custody they're in? Like, how does that?
You take out family court warrants?
Yeah.
And law enforcement, they don't execute the warrant? I mean, that's what they could do, and that's what you should push in that kind of case, I think.
Yeah.
And I think there's work to do with the local police, your local police departments, even in talking to the guy. This kid's underage. Are you aware of the rape laws in New York State? Under 17, they can't consent. Like, I think there's work we really have to do there. I mean, we have a pretty good working relationship with the NYPD, but it's a big, big department. So different patrol offices, you get different service sometimes. But I think you have to establish liaisons and push for what's right. I mean, we have a NYPD liaison lieutenant that's assigned to ACS headquarters. Unfortunately, he's in the middle of being replaced. He just got transferred. We miss him dearly. But to establish like some kind of liaison like that, that when they're not doing the right thing, you have somebody that can call that can say, hey, do the right thing, could help you.
Thank you.
I can also say that the center, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, if you give them a call, sometimes they can help you by calling the police department. And from that level, there's an intervention to sort of put a little pressure on the police departments to respond.
Thank you.
So I just have one question in summing up this panel. There are some agencies and executives here, senior level, what one word of advice that you would give to someone that is running a nonprofit child welfare agency, whether it's preventive services, foster care, juvenile justice, as they sort of gradually become accustomed to working and delivering services for this specific population? What word of advice would you give?
I mean, first, I think you gotta educate yourself on this topic. Next, you gotta educate your senior management and your staff, and people have to get better at realizing how these cases come into you. They're not coming in sex trafficking, you have to realize the red flags and the signs when the kids are AWOLing. And I think the more informed, and if you're running a facility, think about prevention. What can we do? What can we engage these kids in to keep them away from this? I mean, I think if the kids realize what the guy was actually doing, they might not get into it. And we're not, I think, doing enough prevention to let them recognize what's happening to them. And then they're in it, and it's tough.
I can't distill it down to one word, but I think there's a couple of concepts, just echoing what you said. Staff, particularly the line and the supervisor, just the line supervisor, have to be happy to see the young people when they come back. It's really, sounds really easy, it's really challenging. One of the counties, we talked about the likability problem for a lot of these young people. By the time they come back to you, they're not the likable kid anymore so much. Staff really need to reach for the strength and not judge these young people, and get your staff comfortable talking about uncomfortable sexual experiences. It's hard. People don't want to talk about it anywhere, but if a young person feels like they can't talk about their life with your staff, then there isn't safety in your program for that young person. So those are some.
I'll add, sometimes it's really overwhelming. There's high stress, high turnover, burnout, etc. But especially for those who are newer to this, know that there's an incredible wealth of information and expertise already in the state and across the country, and so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just look out for partnerships, some of the systemic responses, and that would be the main thing. You're not doing it alone. That's the key thing. Reach out to partners in your community and across the country.
And I think just tailoring the question to the law enforcement lens, what can agencies best do to help in terms of building a case and helping prosecutors?
Again, it's assuring the victims that what they are doing is important. It's meaningful to others. You come forward as a victim to cooperate and help. I think the number of other people that are saved has to be absolutely countless. I'm glad I was able to bring up grand jury here. It is a buffering system. There is no guarantee In fact, the probability is, particularly somebody who's involved in a large operation, that victimizer will never know who's come forward. If the case goes to trial, it's a different story. So again, I would encourage these victims to come forward and help us in law enforcement. And as I said earlier, do report this to your local police agency or your local district attorney's office or the attorney general's office. And we all can work together to make this a success and hopefully save some people.
Okay, so my mind's always going, so I have a couple of things I forgot. I think language, staff, how they refer to these children is very important. I mean, if you run in a group and they're saying that's the prostitute group, the kids aren't gonna go to that, right? So we experience that where we have to train staff. Also very important, there's such a link between the able, so if you're running a program, keep updated photos of your youth, right? Because what do we get as parents? We get the photo every year, right? And if our kid goes missing, what do we do? Here's my photo, go find the kid. If we don't have photos of our kids, it's difficult for law enforcement to find them, right? And also, if the kid has a cell phone and she's sharing the cell, get the cell phone number. And if you suspect it, either ask for help or Google it yourself. And then you might know what you're dealing with, okay?
So, very informative words. Thank the panel very much for your contributions. Thank you, Ms. Hunt, coming all the way from DC to talk to us. Some of our panelists will stay around for the afternoon. For those who are not, we so much appreciate your contributions and look forward to pulling on your resource again. Thank you very much. At this time, we will break for lunch. We do have lunch here for you, and we'll give you about a half an hour. We do have 2 videos, very short, so we mention this as a working lunch, but it's actually about 12 minutes of video that we have for you. So after you've gotten your lunch, then we'll work on setting up the videos for you. Thank you for being very patient. No breaks. Thank you. We do have some bracelets shared by the Administration for Children's Services up here, so make sure that you get one with the trafficking hotline number on it.
Great. Excellent. Made the trip all the way up here. It's terrible today. Yes, how are you? Nice to see you. I try not to lie. My memory isn't good enough to lie.
So as we prepare for our afternoon panel, just a couple of announcements. We had some literature from the administration for children and families. Bronya Ashford, stand up Bronya so people can see who you are. So Bronya is our federal partner. I like to say she's from the feds. She doesn't like that. But Bronya is involved in a program that's called Strengthening Families and Children. Come forward, Bronya, and help me with this. So you're going to try to get out of that one.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to say just a big thank you again for inviting us here today. And I put on the back table some resources from the federal government. Kind of an overview of Region 2, which is New York, New Jersey, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. So I provide technical assistance to all of the jurisdictions on human trafficking, responsible fatherhood, healthy marriage, unaccompanied minors, and a whole host of other programs that are funded through ACF, which is a lot of the programs are the TANF program, Head Start, Early Head Start, and child welfare. I also help lead the Stronger Families New York Coalition, and it's a New York-based coalition of faith-based state and local resources where we meet on a quarterly basis and discuss it may be topical issues of the day. It was unaccompanied minors, sometimes it's fatherhood, and sometimes minority health. But if anyone has a topic of interest, I'll either get a federal partner to come in and present, but I also want to make the time for the multidisciplinary team to come together and provide updates on what's going on in their programs, as well as have information sharing. So you can see myself and give me a card. I'll put you on the listserv, and also there is a Region 2 federal human trafficking listserv that I send information out, and I can show that as well. Have a great rest of the day and get home safely, and thank you again.
So sometimes we work locally and we forget about our federal parent agency, and she mentioned the magical words, technical assistance. So when you're in need of that resource, don't hesitate to call on Bronya and her team. So for the afternoon, our moderator for the afternoon is Jacques Cadet. Jacques is COFCCA's Director of Training, and he will be moderating the afternoon panel. Good job.
I think you guys should wait after I'm done. Well, thank you for coming back this afternoon, because I know it's very difficult after lunch for people to focus. So we're trying to make this a little bit more lively for you. We have a few panels from the weather agency that come up right now. They're going to come and help us understand what it is they do. Human trafficking, as you guys heard this morning from our governmental partners, it's a very, very big issue. It's something that we haven't dealt with for a long period of time, but it's been with us for quite a long time and affected many different communities, not just communities who come from foreigners coming from overseas, but American kids who are vulnerable, who are in foster care and preventive, and kids who have delinquency issues. So we need to first do a few things in order to serve this population well. We first have to understand the scope of what we have to deal with. And then we have to find out what is the best approach of dealing with kids who've been trafficked. How do we deal with the law enforcement aspect of it? And what type of services do children or people who've been trafficking need? So this afternoon we have our panel from Children's Village, and we have Dina Carrera. Dina is the Chief of Staff of Children's Village at Dobbs Ferry, New York. in her role as co-chair of the Children against Human Trafficking Work Group. Ms. Guerrero also served as COFCCA subcommittee in the upstate New York, right? And then we have Jennifer Medina, right? And Jennifer has been working with young people for the past 11 years. She is a clinical supervisor for the Sanctuary Program at Children's Village. And Jennifer also holds a position of clinical coordinator of CV, of Children's Village Safe Harbor Program. She's a certified psychologist and a certified anger management specialist. Right? And then, what do we have there? Jim Marie. Now, we Jim Marie from Jewish Child Care Association. And Jim Marie is the director of Gateway Program at the Jewish Child Care Association and has been working with the program since its inception in 2009. And she's also a member of New York City Mayor Anti-Trafficking Task Force for Westchester Anti-Trafficking Task Force, in the Westchester Anti-Trafficking Task Force. And Jen Marie is also IOFA Child Rights Subcommittee, part of the IOFA Child Rights Subcommittee, and many of the panel and committee that bring awareness to the issue of human trafficking. And we have, what else do we have? Oh, Harriet Lissell is also from the SCCA. She's the director of contract in government relations. Right? What we're going to ask our panel to help us understand is not just some of the successes that you have. We're sure you have quite a lot of success in working with the population in your expertise, but help us understand, how did you set up your program? What are some of the challenges that you encounter in setting it up? And what type of support did you get from the administration and from the community that you serve? Whether they were helpful, whether there were obstacles that you have to deal with. So give us a little scope of what you had to deal with to be able to serve this population. And then if you have a question at the end, then we'll ask the questions. Right?
Hi, so just a little bit about the Children's Village, so you know where we're coming from. We're a larger nonprofit agency downstate New York, but we service New York City, and we service the county in Long Island. We have MST teams. However, we also have our headquarters in Westchester. We service Westchester and the 7 counties from the lower Mid-Hudson Valley up to the Twin Counties. So, not including the Twin Counties. Our programs are ACS funded. We have child welfare programs. We have programs that are NSP, LSP programs, juvenile justice programs, and we have an immigration program. We have cottages where we service youth who are being trafficked. Some who are being trafficked, some who are coming voluntarily. You see them on television all the time. And so we have a lot of different perspectives that we're looking at human trafficking from this issue. The way we got involved in this work was twofold. We did start a safe harbor program through Westchester DSS, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. The weather was very terrible this morning downstate New York, and the roads were pretty bad. But they had helped us begin this program. They started this program with us as a partner, and Jennifer works in that program. And it's a small program where we deal directly with youth who have been identified and some who are suspected of being sex trafficked. But we also had heard mentioned throughout different committees and meetings that we want to start identifying these youth. We want to start looking at a screening tool. We want to start screening these youth. So the chief program officer charged me with going out and creating a multidisciplinary team, mainly of the agencies that we're talking about creating the screening tool, and have point people within our agency from these different programs, not agency, I apologize, programs, and start thinking about what kind of screening tools we might want to use. And then we found out, well, there are screening tools that are being developed. Well, we created a multidisciplinary team internally with our foster care department and with Safe Harbor program people and child welfare people. And we started getting inquiries from other programs about what we were doing, saying, well, what about our program? What about the immigration program? I mean, how can you not have us involved? What about the LSP, the Juvenile Justice Program? What about the preventive programs, MST, FFT? And they were right. So we said, okay, let's make it a y'all come, and everybody will figure out how to get this work done correctly. Unfortunately, we didn't have money for all these programs to get this done, so that was one of our major challenges, which continues to be a challenge today. Now, we sat down, so I started talking about a screening tool, and more seasoned clinicians said to me, you know, this doesn't really make any sense. First of all, we know there are kids out there, so we're not really clear why we're starting with screening people. We have kids that have identified needs, and we need to figure out how to help them right now. Secondly, you know, there's a lot of people in our agency where you start using words like human trafficking, sex trafficking, and CSEC, and safe harbor. Nobody knows what you're talking about. And that was interesting in and of itself, because we started as the safe harbor work group, and then we became the CSEC work group, and then everybody said to me, no, this is human trafficking, because we're going to marginalize a whole bunch of people if we label it as anything other but a human trafficking work group. So we have this multidisciplinary team addressing human trafficking. The next thing that I was informed by the clinicians, very intelligent people that work with me, I'm very fortunate, was people need this awareness building. They need to understand these terms. We need to start with the training internally. So that's what we did. And the Safe Harbor people who were running the program, they worked in partnership with DSS to develop some training. And they repackaged that curriculum so it would cross over the different programs that we worked with, and be something that everybody could get a little something out of, even if they weren't residential, or if they weren't preventive, or if they weren't immigration. We wanted to cross-pollinate. And they presented the initial awareness building, which is a lot of what we're seeing in New York State and throughout the country, a lot of these campaigns to make people aware that this is not prostitution. You know, there are little girls and little boys that are being victimized. And we need to label it for what it is. So that's what we started doing within the agency. Then we had even more people come forward and say, oh my gosh, you know, we have all these little boys and little girls here, and we really need to do something about it. So the next thing we started doing was looking at, okay, let's go to the screening tool. Let's go to identification. And Jennifer wisely said to me, you know what? No offense, all due respect, a lot of these screening tools that are being developed, we're looking at, they're good. You know, they make sense. But when you're sitting down with the child, and this is a theme I've heard you all talking about today, they're not ready to have you sit with a pencil and paper and start asking them these questions. We need to build engagement. We need to build rapport. We need to make them feel safe. And that'll come. And frankly, we've kind of identified the youth at that point. We need to understand what the indicators are to then categorize them and then label them. And then why are we doing the screening tool? I hear scope and scale, right? Unfortunately, I've been a part of program development for years. We need numbers to justify to the rest of the country and the world that problems exist. So it's essential that we identify means to report those numbers to our partners up in Washington, to our New York City partners. That is imperative. It needs to get done. But in my opinion, we need to do this in a way that makes the most sense, that's the most engaging and safest for the youth, and that will happen most quickly. If we spend years working on tools, looking at reliability and validity and the scientificness, we're going to have a lot of academic arguments and debates, and we're not going to get anywhere. The youth are there. The work is there. We're doing the work. Let's figure out quickly how we can identify it and start reporting those numbers out where they need to get reported. So that we decided we're going to pass around this list of indicators to all the programs and start training the programs on looking at the cases and saying, are there indicators? And then what are the indicators? And Jennifer's going to speak more about the indicators. These indicators are behaviors. When we started looking at that, then everybody in the room said, well, we see these behaviors all the time, and what are we supposed to do now? Now that there's sex trafficking cases, now that these are CSEC cases, now that these are human trafficking cases, now what do we do? And we sat there for a couple of weeks wondering, yeah, what do we do? Like, what's the program? What program? There's not, we want to look at the evidence-based models on the internet. You know, there are no evidence-based models. We do evidence-based work. Wait a second. We do evidence-based work that deals with youth who have the exact same behaviors that we have on these indicator lists, and we're successful with them. We are successfully extinguishing behaviors of these youth. We are successfully engaging these youth. We are successfully working with the families of these youth in starting to rebuild a connection with their child so they don't pay more, so they don't go looking elsewhere for love. We have the outcomes. So now what we're trying to work on is identifying the outcomes, how we're getting there, and cross-pollinating across our programs how we're doing the work, depending on which cohort we're working with. So the next step we're at within our agency, within our multidisciplinary team, is we have decided to have a roundtable discussion internally. And we've invited senior level staff, we've invited our executive and our administrative team, and we've invited high-level program managers and clinicians to listen to a discussion from clinicians who've had cases where they've been successful with their outcomes in working with the indicators that we've identified as being youth who have been sexually exploited. So unfortunately, due to weather, we had to reschedule, just like this forum. We're having this in March. And one more thing I did was make some outreach to the FBI, law enforcement. We had law enforcement come into one of our administrative team meetings and give us a presentation on how they're working with this population. And it's so important to include law enforcement. So I invited them back. I said, they said, we have these kids. And I was actually in the fire department years ago, and I worked with an interdisciplinary team of emergency services and law enforcement, fire department, and social workers. And I'm a master level social worker, so I was a social worker at the time as well. We were trying to figure out how to help youth who start fires. And just like I heard today, one of the biggest issues we have is when we have a child, a youth that was serving with this law enforcement involvement, that's necessary. And it is very necessary to have law enforcement involvement in this. We need to understand how to communicate with law enforcement. We need to understand how we can help train law enforcement, and we need to understand what law enforcement needs from us, to keep those children safe as they go through the law enforcement process. Somebody mentioned youth who are sexually abused. It's a similar cohort in CACs. If anybody's worked with the CAC, we know how important it is to have all these clinicians in the room with law enforcement as they're speaking to these youth, as they're interviewing these youth, to work together as an interdisciplinary team. We know that there are patrol officers out there, as Sue had mentioned, who, when they present, say the wrong things. They set us back in our work. We need to engage those people. So that, in my opinion, is the ultimate step. Once we get through training, identification, screening, interventions, we want to have those interdisciplinary teams constantly available, so there's a constant conversation and dialogue going on as we're bringing on new people into these different arenas to do this work. So that's where the Children's Village is at today. One of the reasons that I volunteered to speak is a lot of the work I discussed with you is work we're not doing, we have no budget for. So what we've asked is the different clinicians and program managers and therapists from the programs throughout our agency to meet not too frequently, in addition to their regular work, and to do these trainings, and to sit here and put together curriculums, and to create this roundtable, and to have these discussions, and to go back and serve as champions for this cause within their programs, and start infusing it within the programs. So we'd like to figure out a way where we can get some channeled funding to make this happen in all the agencies and infuse it and intertwine with all the work. But that's what we're still scratching our heads, and hopefully some people today might have some good ideas about that. So we also wanted Jennifer to come because she works with the youth directly. So she's going to tell you a little bit about the indicators, and she's also going to be available to answer questions about what it looks like to really do this work, because I haven't done this in a while. I've been working in macro level. So Jennifer.
What I think would be helpful, Jennifer can help us with that, is let's assume for a minute that I'm a worker, and I'm working with your organization. What's So the skills or knowledge base you want me to have to be successful? If I know nothing about the subject.
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Dina? Okay. I would say that the most important thing that a worker should know about human trafficking and the sexually exploited minor population would be that it doesn't always look like what you think it would look like. I think that it's important to be sensitive, not judgmental, and to focus on what Dina said before, as a provider, developing, building rapport, and engaging with them, because the relationship, having that positive relationship, does so much for them opening up, sharing. Because I can tell you about indicators, tell a person with the face, look for this, look for this, look for that. And at the end of the day, if you are not a person that that young person sees as trustworthy or somebody that they can share their story with, it's not going to matter. You're not going to progress in treatment. You're not going to progress in supporting the youth and making the changes that they need to make to get out of the life, and sharing their story and their trauma.
But you say something that's very important, that you have to make them feel safe.
Absolutely.
Right? And they have to trust the person working. Now, we know this doesn't come easy for most of us. In terms of trust, how do you build trust with a young person who trusts no one, who feels unsafe, right? Who probably doesn't have a family structure that how do you build trust?
One good way, one excellent way to build trust is meeting them where they are. So, for example, if they call their abuser their boyfriend, then don't say, no, that's the trafficker, that's the pimp. No, your boyfriend. Meet them where they are, emotionally, or even, how their perspective of how they're viewing, their current situation. That's one thing I would say in terms of building trust. Be consistent. Do what you say you're gonna do. Don't make false promises. Don't give up on them. Everybody gives up on them. Understand that they're gonna make mistakes and they're going to relapse and they're going to, go through periods where, they say they want to do the right thing and they want to change and they want help. And they may start out on that road and kind of take 10 steps back, but not giving up on them. Okay, you did this, that's fine, that's in the past. How do we move forward? Providing them opportunities, providing them resources, just trying to overall be genuine in the work that you do, maintaining good boundaries, right? Understanding that they come from trauma backgrounds. And when I say boundaries, I mean in terms of, things like touch, being mindful of your language. So referring to them as prostitutes is not going to elicit trust. So really looking at them either as victims or what I'm moving towards is referring to them as survivors, because they identify more closely with that. I don't know if that answers some of my kind of little ideas about how to build trust.
We just want you to have any question before we move on to JCCA because they are in New York City.
Yeah, I would love to tell you guys a little bit about what I do. Okay, so like I said, my name is Jennifer Mazzara, and I wear two hats for Children's Village. So my first hat is I am the clinical supervisor for the Runaway and Homeless Youth Program. So I am the clinical supervisor for a youth shelter. A lot of the young people that have been trafficked or are identified as at risk of trafficking come through our shelter, and we see them, any number of times.
And then in my work with them, I'm able to identify that they're either being trafficked or, are showing some really strong red flags that this may be going on. I was presented the opportunity to help develop programming for the Westchester County Department of Social Services. So I developed a psychoeducational group that runs in Lower Westchester. It's about 16 weeks. We work with young women right now. We haven't had any young males who have been identified either as human trafficking victims or are high at risk for human trafficking. I have personally identified many of them. I tried to develop an evidence-based model for the groups that we're doing, which is really hard because there's not a lot of information about sex trafficking, about this population. So a lot of it is based on the GEMS model and what's out there for sex abuse victims of rape, which is very similar to some of the things we cover in our group. There's also an art therapy part to our group where the girls can kind of process some of the things they dealt with in the beginning part and the psychoeducational part of our group. And I also do some case management. I try to be a supportive adult, so I'm not just here to kind of teach you skills. One of the most important things we do through our group is we try to educate the young people. So one of the questions I heard here today was, how do you know somebody's ready to change? And how do you then support them in making these changes and getting away from this lifestyle? And I think it's a big part of it is education, informing them. Sometimes they don't realize what's happening to them. They may not make the connection that they're a victim of human trafficking. You have to really think these young people have been brainwashed. They've been groomed and then brainwashed. So they actually believe that this is the only person that cares about them. This is the only person that's there for them. So kind of breaking some of that down, helping them understand healthy and unhealthy relationships, abuse, some of the strategies and tactics that these abusers use, from manipulation to intimidation to making false promises. And I hear the young women that I work with after being in our program for several weeks saying, oh my God, I'm in an unhealthy relationship. And then that turns into understanding what's happening. And then they understand I was sexually abused. This situation was inappropriate. They might understand to the level of I was trafficked. But it takes that little by little work, understanding little aspects of what has happened to them. So that's a little bit of what I do. So I run groups, and I think that we need more of that. We need more psychoeducational, more pro-social groups to educate them where they can be positive, they can be open, they can be themselves. I've seen, and we've been successful. I've seen we have one young lady in our group right now who is starting college. She actually came back to be a mentor for some of the other girls in our group. And actually, Stevie recently did a little blurb about her because she got a job that we helped her get. We connected her to employment, which is another component of our program. We do have education and employment support. Like I said, she's going to college, and she was able to realize, I remember the first year working with her, somewhere 6 months in, she's like, I don't think my boyfriend, is a good guy. I think I'm in an unhealthy relationship. He offers me drugs and he does this, and she started to realize what was happening and how she was being groomed into this process. So she was able to separate herself. So I have seen a lot of success. Another thing that is important, I think, for us to know is that success looks very, very different. So success doesn't always mean the young person is going to college and getting straight A's. Success could be, something as minimal as when they're in trouble, they know that they have a supportive adult that they can contact. And when I see my phone ring, to me, that's a success, because at least they're talking to me. At least they're telling me what's happening, what's going on. I don't know what else, other areas. Okay, safety in the community is huge. So these young girls sometimes, do start to report, this is happening, I'm being trafficked. My abusers sometimes are their same age peers. And I'm trying to get out of the life. And I walk down the street and I'm being harassed, I'm being cursed at, and law enforcement is not really providing the level of protection that one would hope you would get for a victim. So just safety in the community, how do we keep them safe? So we're telling them, report, what you say is useful. How do we then protect them? How do we help them stay safe? So safety is a big issue. Also, one of the big issues for the young people the young women that I've worked with in my group is, so they want to get out of the life, or they no longer want to be at risk. Housing. So housing is an issue, right? So we're sending them right back into the communities where they're being exploited. So how do we support, your 16, 17, or even, going into 18-year-old youth whose parents are not really involved in supporting them getting out of the life, or making these changes, and are surrounded by either the gang members that exploited them, the traffickers. You're coming to my group every week and I'm telling you all these great things about all these wonderful changes you can make and helping you feel good about yourself, and then you're going back into the same community. So we need more services in terms of housing for them. Questions? I don't know. I could be here all day. Yes.
From the victims, how would you say is the primary?
Awesome, that's a great question. So the primary method. Oh, what was the question? Oh, the question was, what is the primary of the victims that I've seen? What is the primary method that is being utilized for recruitment? So what I've seen a lot is a lot of peer-to-peer or even young adults, like going to the school. It seems very benign. So come to a hooky party and you'll get drugs. So I've seen a lot of that, like a lot of like either young adults or peer-to-peer recruitment. Yeah, right. And especially the huge challenge is, I think that the schools are not often privy to what's going on. My very first case, which was a confirmed youth, it was her 16-year-old school peer who recruited her. He was part of this group of individuals who were organized, and they were selling drugs in their respective community. And they would go to the high school. He went to the high school, and they would utilize him to recruit girls. And how he did it is, so you're my girlfriend, and I love you, and come meet these people. And they get her hooked on drugs, so on and so on. And then next thing you know, she's trading sex for drugs, trading sex for money, ads on Backpage. So I see a lot of that.
How long are you able to keep kids in your program?
Okay, unfortunately, until age 18, I'm allowed to work with them. And then after 18, if they qualify for mentorship, they can continue working with us. I tend to say, if you need help or you need a recommendation and you need to call me, just, feel free to do that, and I'll still connect them to resources. Any more questions?
So we're gonna try to go to COFCCA and present a little bit. We'll take some more.
Hi, my name is Harriet Lassell. I'm the Director of Government Contracts and Advocacy at Jewish Child Care Association. JCCA, I was just going to give a brief description. JCCA is one of the oldest and largest child care agencies in the country. It serves over 16,000 youth and families each year with an array of services, so residential, foster care, preventive services, early childhood services, mental health. I'm sure I'm leaving some things out. We run an alternative transfer school for overage underprivileged youth, and we run a number of programs funded by the New York City Department of Probation and Justice Involved Youth. The Gateways program that Jan Marie is going to describe came about as a result of 5 years of advocacy on the part of JCCA to be able to open up a long-term treatment program for commercially sexually exploited youth. We were very fortunate that a board member of JCCA was in the campus when somebody from GEMS, is there anybody from GEMS in the audience today? Oh my, I'm sorry that they were unable to show up, but anyway, I wanted to give them a shout out. And the board member was so impressed about the program and the need for services that she was determined to open up another program. And so JCCA is now the only child welfare-based treatment program, long-term treatment program for commercially sexually exploited youth. And I'm going to turn the mic over to Jan Marie, who is our expert.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to give you a breakdown of Gateways, some strengths that we've had and some gaps and difficulties that how we work through those difficulties. As Harriet was saying, it took a very long time for Gateways to be opened. Gateways was opened in March of 2009, and that was the Child Welfare Cottage, which has 12 beds. In September of 2012, we were awarded 6 beds through the Close to Home initiative Close to Home, which is an alternative to incarceration for youth and a non-secure placement. We got 6 beds for that, so in total, we have 18 beds. Now, when you hear 18 beds, when we have a problem that is between 100,000 and 300,000 youth, that's the issue. In the beginning, when we opened Gateways, there were many difficulties. Everyone wanted to help these youth. Everyone knew what their vision was. But how do you work with these youth? What do you do when you have youth that are in a cottage? Cabin fever kicks in when you have school in the cottage. You have rec in the cottage. You wake up, you eat in the cottage, lunch, breakfast, dinner. Did we have AWOLs? Every day we had AWOLs. We had 5 AWOLs in one day. We had to fight, get them back, just keep pushing. Was it frustrating for staff? No, to know, you could not even imagine how frustrating it was. And at that time, I was the case manager. So I was the one who was trying to figure out, what do we do? How do we do this? We're just not working. We all sat down and we thought, and we went through, this population is totally different than a residential treatment center. It's not just generic. We have to have something different, some type of model. So all of the clinicians, everyone came together and we decided that we were gonna work together to find a model. We had to, of course, do a focus group with the girls first to figure out what is it that you need? What is it that would help you? A lot of the girls at first are like, well, I want money. I want true religions. I want jeans. Y'all only give us $175. I need more than that. So we're like, okay, that's an arcade. Now, for any regular teenager, you want to look nice. You want an incentive. There's something. The first thing we thought of was, something? What can they have that they see that's going to be that reminder for them? That's when we came up with bracelets. So when a girl enters the program, they get a Pandora bracelet. And we have come up with a developmental model. And as they go through the model, they get a charm. And we have a charm ceremony. We acknowledge where they were, where they're going. And through every phase, they get more responsibilities. They are given more, latitude to kind of, they have an on-campus job in one. When they're towards the end of their process with us, they, have an off-campus job. They might be traveling independently. Now, this is between 6 to 12 months, because this is what our program is. The ages that we work with are between 12 and 17. We've had as young as 10, and we've had as old as 18. So you can see how having a cottage of 16 and 15-year-olds and a 10-year-old can be very challenging. We've had youth that have come to us from being exploited in school by a peer. Some were exploited by their parents. Some were exploited by someone that approached them on the street and said, you know something, let's go get something to eat. It takes 72 hours for a female to be groomed. And at the end of that 72 hours, he can easily force you to do it, or he can use his gift of gab, which they call the gentleman. There's two types of pimps and madams. There's the gentleman, and then there's the gorilla. The gorilla is going to force you to do everything that you're not supposed to, that you know you wouldn't be doing, but you have no choice. Why? Because he's threatened you, he's threatened your family, and if you don't, you are truly afraid that something's going to happen to you or your family. Then you have the gentleman who's talking to you and saying everything. This is the person that broke you down and built you back up. So now you're in a placement, and it's like, he told me this was going to happen. He told me my mother didn't care. So how do you, as a worker, sit down and talk to this youth and get through her head, you know something? Number one, you're priceless. There's no price tag that can amount to what your worth is. Number two, that we're here to help you while we have you here and we're making you follow these rules and regulations. And then three, how are you gonna get back home and be, quote unquote, normal? Because that's what they think. I'm a hoe. I'll always be a hoe. That's what I'm gonna be looked at. So first thing I can say is when a youth comes in, we do a pre-placement interview. And that's my whole clinical team. And the reason we do that is because it's very difficult to have a youth in the program that does not want to be there. As Susan was saying, or Susan Morley was saying earlier, you have to see who is ready and who isn't. Now, I wish I could take every youth that comes that I know has CSEC, but I can't. Because if I have a youth that I know, in just my dialogue with her and her demeanor, is a recruiter, but she needs services, I can't have her in the program because I'll have a whole cottage cover. It's a lot of different things to look for. It's keywords that you'll hear a female say, or a man or a male, that alert you to the fact that they are being trafficked. They might not even realize that, but after a while, after learning it, you can't turn it off. I can't turn it off if I'm walking down the street and I see someone I know immediately she's being trafficked. They can't look you in the eye, no eye contact. They look at the concrete. Why? Because there were rules. The rule is you never look a pimp in the eye. If you look a pimp in the eye, you're gonna be charged. I know this terminology might be a little off for some, but some people might know exactly what I'm talking about. When meeting with this youth, after the pre-placement interview, we decide whether they're appropriate or they're not. I contact ACS or DSS, whoever, they bring them in. The first thing that I make sure that my staff do, because this is what I used to do, is sit down with that youth and say, listen, talk to me. What is it that you think you can get from the program? And the kid's like, you see my packet, it's right there, look at it. No, I don't want to read this packet. I want from you, I want you to tell me what you need. I want you to tell me everything. And that's excluding the parent at this time. The kid, right, for us, is the person right then and there. We need to identify what they need. From the minute placement begins, we start talking about discharge. We're talking about resources. We're talking about where they want to go and what they see themselves doing. Why? Because that means they need to have that motivation. They need to have their mind frame set on, you know something? I'm gonna get out of this and I'm gonna go where I need to go. With the Gateways program, what we learned is that when we first started, we thought all of these kids were runaways. We thought nobody wanted them, that they didn't have parents. I can honestly say 85 to 90% of the youth that we have are coming from middle class families, 2-parent homes, mothers of NYC cop, lawyers. It's not about being a single parent or coming from that. It's about the vulnerability. It's about being a teenager. It's about wanting to be loved and wanting to be liked and not realizing at times that this might be detrimental to you. As a youth comes into the program and goes through the phases and does everything, it's not easy. It's hard. And as was spoken earlier, there is the stages, pre-contemplation, contemplation. Relapse is a part of it. And when I say relapse is a part of it because we've had many AWOLs within the process of Gateways being open. And I specifically remember one youth, I had to go to Virginia to get because she ran away from us to her trafficker who had gotten in contact with her on Facebook and told her, if you don't come, remember, I know, and wrote her address and her mother's name and everything. She ran and went with him. They got picked up in Virginia because he fell asleep on the side of the road and the cop knocked. I need your ID. She comes up missing with a warrant. So they both get arrested. We go down to Virginia, get her. And the first thing she said was like, oh my gosh, I grabbed her and hugged her. I was like, I can't believe. And she was like, you're really not mad at me? And I was like, no, you okay? What do you, let's go get something to eat. And she literally just cried on my shoulder and cried. I was like, I can't believe this, like you're not mad. I'm like, no, I'm happy you're here. But all the work, I said, the work that you did not go out the window. We're gonna pick up right where we were. Let's go. Like, let's go get something to eat. And I still speak to her to this day. She's going back to school. She has a job. She's taking care of herself. I still speak to her to this day. We had a youth that graduated from the Gateways program, cosmetology license, and she works with me, giving presentations and doing interviews and doing, news network and radio. And she's doing perfectly fine. And that's because we met her where she was. So I have very high expectations for my staff. Because being the director now and having been on the line, I know what can be done and needs to get done to have these youth move to what they need to do. But language is key. I do all of this, I do the COFCCA training when the staff comes on. And my number one thing is language. They're not a prostitute, they're not a whore, they're not a thought, they're not a smut. I don't want to hear anybody say it, to the point where I have debates with my own family. They're like, oh, so you work with prostitutes? No. I work with commercially sexually exploited youth. No, it's the same thing. No, it's not. And it has to be embedded. And as many times as I have to debate it, I'll debate it until I'm blue in the face. This is something that I'm very passionate about, and this is something that I know has to change, language. When I watch it on TV, it makes me cringe. They're children. They're not adults. You cannot consent until you're 17. How can you say the 10-year-old, she ran away, she's a prostitute? No. So I know there were a lot of questions, and specifically what hit me, and I was saying, Harriet, when I get up there, I'm gonna answer it. How do you know a youth is ready? You don't. You don't know a youth is ready. They don't even know they're ready. You'll see little changes in them. Even if it went from, some youth that have been sexually abused, and we know they have hygiene issues at times. They don't want to shower, or they do, or they can't take care of themselves to the extent that we think they should. You'll start to see changes. You'll start to see them making their bed, following chores. Of course, they're teenagers. Their mouth might be a little reckless, and they'll say something to you or be disrespectful, but you'll start to see them working and opening up more and talking about different things and just letting you in. Every time I look at it like a window, and at times you get a crack and you'll get just enough air in to let you, oh. That's how you have to look at it when you're trying to work with a youth. That window is gonna take a while to open up. But once it's open, be prepared to take in everything that they're saying to you and use it. It's valuable. Use it and show it back to them. Do exercises with them. It's not tech, they're human beings. They're people before they are our clients and residents of our programs. They're human. They want love. They want attention. They want to know that they are going to be taken care of. They want protection. These are the things. Everything that we want is what they want.
We're obviously very sensitive
Yes.
with this issue. And you've developed great expertise. Now, how do you help your staff develop the same type of expertise?
Okay, so my staff. I trained my staff myself with a psychologist on my team, which is a little challenging being that I have a lot of hats that I wear. But I can see a lot when I work with staff and I go through the curriculum, which is a 2-day curriculum. I can see who's going to actually take in this information and use it, and who's just sitting in the training because this is a job. This cannot just be a job to you. And that's the first thing I say. If this is just your paycheck or this is why you're coming, this is not the right program for you. This is not the right field. And I'm quite blunt about it. I also make sure that my staff go through different training. They go through, of course, every program we have, crisis management and possible restraints that have to be done, which for my program, I speak to my staff, that is a last minute resort. At times, if you're a danger to yourself and others, it has to be done. But that, when I say is the last minute resort, I mean that's the last resort. A lot of the staff, we do team building because a lot of it is the staff working together with these youth. They have to know that their triggers, they have to know their frustrations, they have to know when to tap out because we are human. Everyone has frustrations and certain things that will happen that are triggering. I've had staff that have worked with me that have been victims of sexual abuse or have been victims of sexual exploitation. And, you know, they have to know when to self-disclose something, when it is necessary and when it's not. There's a limit to everything. But I'm very big on my staff, my open door. If there's a staff member that's having an issue, I can be busy, but I tell them, listen, I'm very busy, but if you really need to talk to me or something's going on, like, no, Ms. Brown, I need you now. All right. And we all have open doors in the sense that it gets frustrating. And if there's anybody that we feel needs more training or has what it takes but just doesn't have every tool that they need, I'll send them to training. I'll work with them personally. I'll have my resident supervisors shadow them, or they will shadow my resident supervisors on how to work with the youth, because everyone's different. So it's not a cookie cutter. You have to come at every youth differently. But it's about training, it's about understanding, it's about the language. I think the language is the biggest thing, and knowing that they're youth. Stop looking at them as, oh, you know, some of them, like, they talk, some of them you look at it and you're like, she's what, she's 15? Looking like she's 25. Take what she looks like off and look exactly where she is. Well, she wants to play jump rope. Yeah, she never played jump rope. Let her play jump rope. She's 16, but she might not have done it because she's been in the life for 5 years. It's about understanding, it's about seeing them as people and not a product.
Have you found some good ways to identify recruiters who you're really
Yes. When recruiting, a lot of the times, you know, the first thing I say is that, you know, this might be rather sensitive to you. At any point in time that, you know, I have to ask questions. If you don't feel comfortable, say so. If you feel comfortable talking to one person, that's fine. Other people I'll ask to step out. A lot of the times you can hear it in the lingo that the girls use. There are certain words that stick out to me. One of them is bottom bitch. That's the top one that sticks out to me. Some of the girls will say, well, you know, she was there and we were vying, we were fighting and trying to be that because I'm trying to be the bottom bitch. And I'll say, what do you mean? Explain that to me. And as they go further into it, you know that she's trying to, you know, get the affection and the interest of this man. That is their goal when they're in, as they call it, the wife-in-laws. There's also certain things that she'll do. The recruiters have certain rules, have more leeway than the other girls do. So a recruiter, if I'm in an interview with a recruiter and she's looking me right in my eye, not breaking her eyes at any point in time, not flinching at anything we're saying, kind of nonchalant, that's a red flag for me. Because I'm watching your body language, I'm watching a lot of what you're saying and what you're doing, and there's a high level of confidence. In no way am I saying that she hasn't been trafficked herself. But it also depends on how long you've been in the life. If you've been in the life a week or 2 weeks, 9 times out of 10, you're not gonna be a recruiter. But if you've been in the life for 2-3 years, and you're working with this man's hand in hand, and you're telling us, oh, well, I didn't do all of that, I was the one who was, you know, grooming the girls. Immediately, you're a recruiter. Sometimes it's not as easy to see. There was one girl that I did not know she was a recruiter. And she had a lot of us, you know, kind of, the wool was pulled over her eyes for a very long time. That was one of my first cases in 2009. She had been trafficked by her parents from 9 until 12. And then that same person she was trafficked with, she then became his bottom. He sent her to our program because there was a girl that was there that he knew was there. And she had information that he was afraid would get out. That information did get out and he got 40 years. But she was a recruiter and we found out. But after that was when I started to look very closely for recruiters, because honestly, it's kind of like trial and error. It's like, there's no definitive answer. I can tell you that there are certain cues that I pay attention to, but there were some people that there's rules. There's really a book, a handbook to this.
We have another question here. Could you speak a little louder?
What happens to the young ladies when you bring out that they're they're also
Okay, so we have had recruiters, and the recruiters that we've had usually AWOL a couple times and then come back. Majority of the ones that we've had that have come back, we've been able to work with. The one specifically that you're referring to, we came back to us, but when she came back to us, she came back and was pregnant. As a child welfare agency, we don't have youth that reside on our program for too long once they're pregnant. Once they're pregnant, we have to send them to a mother-child program. So she had to go to a mother-child program, but when we work with recruiters, we have to continue to work with them and keep a close eye. At times I've requested one-to-one coverage from ACS to address those issues, because that youth needs a little bit more, one-on-one eye contact on them. I won't, of course, let the youth know that that's their one-to-one. I'll just have another staff on, kind of closely paying attention and watching and listening to what's happening. That's the way that we've been able to work with recruiters. As Harriet was saying, there's not too many, there's no residential treatment centers I can say, okay, she's a recruiter, let's send her here. We don't have that ability. So we have to continue working with them. And then when we deem whether they're appropriate to return to the community or they're not appropriate to return to the community, so they have to go to, let's say, another higher level of care, residential, or they need to go to a therapeutic or supporting home. But we still have to work with them.
Yes.
You were saying you have a curriculum for your staff that you use for training your staff. Is that something that you've developed yourself, or is it something that's a resource?
Well, the curriculum that we have right now is what we got from GEMS. We all went through GEMS, Train the Trainer. There are, we work with youth in a residential setting, which is different than GEMS. So we're looking into stuff, but right now what we're using is GEMS.
Yes.
So your cottage that you have for exploited children, they all are residing in the same cottage together. Is there a reason why they're all in the same unit versus, is that just like how your program is set up? Like, I know you have the NSD program, I believe, and then I just heard that at your cottage for exploited children. So, why are they kept in that specific unit altogether?
Okay. So what we've realized is it's difficult to have youth that have not experienced commercial sexual exploitation with youth that have experienced it. It's kind of like substance abuse. We liken our model to substance abuse. You can't necessarily, not saying to service someone you have to go through what they went through, but when you're doing groups and you're doing therapeutic, interventions, whether it be arts in action, whether it be urban word, whether it be, therapeutic horseback riding, and you start to talk about traumas and things of that nature, it's better to have someone that has the same experiences that you've had. Now, what we've also come to realize is that the child welfare population is more at risk now and more vulnerable with CSAC. And more youth on our campus, because we have other programs on our campus, have experienced commercial sexual exploitation and domestic trafficking. But Gateways was specifically designed to have the CSAC population altogether, so that's how it's been. That was set up that way. And we have the NSP program that has the 6 beds for youth that is an alternative to incarceration for youth that have been charged with prostitution.
Have you seen different challenges with the NSP population versus
Yes. The NSP population, and the NSP population that we have, right now, the population that we have now are youth that want to change. They don't want to go back to the pimps. But we've also had youth that have been in and out of, juvenile detentions from like 10 to 12, 11. Some of them don't have any family. So it's like, oh, wait, I can open this door. I just wait 15 seconds and the delay go, I'm gone. So we have had more AWOLs with the NSP program. We've had difficulty. I know someone stated earlier You know, we had a warrant, we told the police, we went to the house, and they're like, we can't do anything. And that's something that is across the board, NSP and child welfare. But NSP is kind of still in the works, because what is it? It's almost 3 years old. And also the time frame within our NSP program is a little different. The NSP youth are with us for 7 months, and they're back in the community receiving services and aftercare. So that limits us on what we can do, because we're not the last stop. You know, it's always going to be one day at a time. Like I was saying, like it's a substance abuse, it's people, places, and things. If you're returning to the same people, the same community, with the same mindset, there's a possibility you're going to relapse. But that doesn't mean everything that you've done is going to thrown away. But NSP has come along. Recently, within the last maybe 6 to 7 months, I've seen a positive change with the youth that we've had in our NSP program. And we haven't, I have to say, we haven't had many AWOLs recently since we put our model in place. And, you know, we work with the girls and, you know, put many different therapeutic things, because idle hands is like, oh my gosh, I'm crazy, I want this, and we can lose them. We just have to keep them focused.
Say what NSP is.
NSP is non-secure placement through the Close to Home initiative with ACS and OCFS. It's an alternative to incarceration. It's called Close to Home because a lot of youth were placed in detention centers, you know, they were at Tryon, they were at different places, Staten Island, and they weren't getting the therapy and the treatments they needed. So ACS and OCFS worked together and put homes in the community where the youth will be, you know, we have 15-second delays, we have alarms on the windows, but they're closer to home where therapy is being done as opposed to them being incarcerated.
We have one last question. In that area, I'm assuming that most of the girls in the CSEC program have not been charged for adjudicated prostitution. Assume that's true.
Some. NSP specifically, because since 2008, with the passing of Safe Harbor, most of the youth that we have are now coming with pins.
That's okay. So girls who aren't charged for adjudicated prostitution, they typically adjudicate for something else.
Yes.
Kind of getting to what's the mandate for treatment.
Yes.
What's the mandate for them to be there and stay? They're not purely voluntary placements, I assume.
No, we have voluntary, for child welfare, we have voluntary and we have payments. That's because, like I was saying, Safe Harbor's 2008. Since years have passed, there have been more, you know, there have been more stipulations put into the Safe Harbor Act. So we have less and less kids that are coming with JDs, which is great.
Do you ever see a CSEC?
No, we do not.
Because you don't take?
No, we don't take CSE programs, and that's one of the gaps that we have. We've noticed that many of the youth that are being exploited recently have severe developmental delays. Gateways cannot take any youth with an IQ under 70. So I've been getting quite a few referrals with youth that are, you know, between the IQ of 69 and 52, which we cannot accept. So there is no program for youth with developmental delays, which has been causing a great deal of issues for us as far as them being able to grasp the concept of the groups we have, the programs. Yes, yes, more so than anyone at this point. More and more of the referrals I've been receiving are for youth with, you know, developmental delays.
It seems like we're just beginning to learn about this population. There's a lot to learn, a lot to know. And I'm sure you guys are going to stick around, so probably have
one more.
I have a quick thing that I want to add. I know everybody here is really interested in the clinical, and I'm really glad to hear that. But I wanted to give a 30-second commercial spot about advocacy. Because I think it is critically important for child welfare programs to be involved in advocacy around this issue. Jewish childcare has been involved in Safe Harbor advocacy for a number of years. Again, you know, think about how the Safe Harbor Act was even conceived of, right? And it was folks from GEMS, right? They said, how is it that somebody could be arrested for, being a prostitute, saying that they've consented, that this is something they want to do, when they don't even have the ability to consent to sexual activity in the state of New York by law. It was a wonderful realization that that was wrong. And they fought for many years and got the safe harbor law passed. And that's why we are seeing changes now in terms of what's happening to kids. And, you know, in the different courts, they're working on different ways to like make sure that they get to treatment. And people have always talked about that carrot stick thing. What happens if you don't have something to hold over their heads, but does that also traumatize them? But so be it, we have this law. And then as part of the law, there was supposed to be money put in to ensure that there were going to be alternative treatment programs. And of course, that didn't happen until 2011. And frankly, for the whole state, it was a mere pittance. It was something like, you know, $1 million. But through advocacy on the part of COFCCA, child welfare agencies, and others, ECPAT, sorry, I don't want to leave out anybody who's been involved, we were able to raise that to $3 million, still a pittance for the state of New York. But I think we're hoping that it will go up and up. JCC has been involved in advocating since the creation of gateways, because we felt like we were on a roll. We got gateways developed, and even though we do not receive safe harbor funding, we think it is just critically important to ensure that there's adequate programs out there in the state. But there, as we heard, and I was really glad to see this article from City Limits and everybody's packets, there is strong anecdotal evidence, and probably more than anecdotal evidence, that commercially sexually exploited youth often have a history of child welfare involvement. That these are kids. Now, we are at the beginning of understanding it and really trying to develop models both within child welfare and outside to treat them. But I would urge you to use your voice to make sure that New York State commits the resources that's necessary. We need an array of programs. We want more residential treatment because we believe that's a great way to cut that, you know, sort of like cord between exploitation. But then of course there's the other youth that would never agree to such a program. We need to look at the different kinds of things that are needed, whether it's educational, vocational, outpatient therapy, all that kind of stuff. And I hope that you will consider speaking out for this, because it's the only way that change happens. So I just wanted to add my 2 cents about that. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've got 2 more panels.
We got 2 more panels coming. We have Barbara Rothbard from Mount Sinai St. Luke Medical, and then Heather Sutter. And then from Children's Home of Poughkeepsie, we got Dr. David Quastroff and Lois Stella. And we will start with Mount Sinai Center.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, we'd like to share with you this afternoon a little bit of why we do what we do, and how we do it. We're working with kids and families who have been exploited or who show high indicators for exploitation. And that includes childhood sexual abuse and running away from home. These kids, once they get further involved in exploitation, and as we can see, really lose touch with their surroundings, their friends, families, dreams, and their bodies. Very few disclose that this kind of abuse is occurring. And there are many, many such kids in New York City, as well as throughout the country and abroad. They generally do not come to mental health clinics. Our kids are often crisis-ridden due to having experienced multiple traumas. They have great difficulty modulating their feelings and behaviors. Many are unable to conform to any kind of schedules and can't attend school regularly. Our kids were often victims of earlier childhood sexual abuse. I'd say about 90% of the kids we're seeing have that in their histories. And at adolescence, we find they experience a high degree of distress and are easily triggered, and likewise trigger their families. They also run away from home. Of note, again, they make unsuccessful therapy patients as they don't show up for sessions. We believe that childhood sexual abuse is, in many, many cases, an intergenerational family phenomenon. We see the repetition of this pattern of abuse occurring throughout multiple generations. It often impairs development, and it affects people throughout the life cycle. We often see learning and memory problems and dissociation with these children. Some of the effects of having to keep secrets to suppress the reality of the abuse. We see difficulties with forming trusting and intimate attachments. When the abuse has been sadistic, there's greater potential for the victim to become an abuser. There is a tendency to reenact, to identify with the aggressor, and we may see a fusion of arousal patterns with violence. Getting back to mothers, we often see blind spots within mothers, caring mothers, who have experienced similar kinds of abuse as children. These are the mothers who never told the secrets in their own families of origin, who believe that their secret keeping held the family together, who protected their siblings in the family from the same type of abuse by enduring it themselves. These mothers suppressed, dissociated, and tore themselves apart in order to go on. Some of the effects of these tremendous psychological efforts are that they lost their ability to screen, to assess warning signs, to see what was happening in their own homes in many cases. Because as memories are suppressed and repressed, accompanying data also becomes out of reach. And we believe that mastery is the key in order to end the cycle. And we believe that we can help with this. We responded to an RFP in 2009 that was offered by the Administration of Children's Services to offer services to sexually abused, exploited, and trafficked youth and their families. So we're a program that works outpatient and works with the entire family. And having worked with sexually abused and exploited population throughout my career, I saw this as an opportunity to design a program that would successfully bridge the gaps between the child welfare and mental health systems, meeting the needs of youth who are very, very much at risk. We were awarded this contract and began to provide these services in 2011. So we're now going into our 4th year. Our practice model is that of providing relational family therapy in conjunction with child and family trauma-focused CBT within a very flexible format. And flexible is key because these are, as we said, kids who are not going to come to a weekly appointment, who are not going to be, prescribed how to come and when to come. So we have to be flexible and work with them from where they are. And these modalities, these clinical modalities, are interwoven into a general prevention format. Currently, our approach is to assess the risk in the family, We're evaluating the strength of the relational bonds between the young person and the family, particularly concentrating on the primary parent or caretaker. We're also assessing the level of trauma symptoms and the degree to which the youngster has a sense of and an ability to be in control of their emotions and behaviors. And we utilize a comprehensive psychosocial, developmental history. We implement the PTSDRI assessment tool as starters, in addition to reviewing materials and speaking with other persons who the child or family has worked with in the past. Primary negative behaviors we hope to help change are running away from the home, self-harming behaviors, and involvement with COFCCA partners. We also try to change behaviors in the home, such as scapegoating, over-blaming the child, and abusive behaviors. We believe many of the young people we see have been running away from something unpleasant or intolerable, which unfortunately has happened in the home. And the other side of the coin has been they're running to. There's COFCCA perpetrators who promise support, affection, but of course do not follow through.
Hi, I'm Heather Sutter. I'm the program manager of the Fatal Listening Youth Program. So just to piggyback on what Barbara's already said, our specific population that we target are males, females, transgender, anyone part of the LGBTQ community, ages 12 to 21. One thing to keep in mind is if the youth has had a history of being in foster care or is currently in foster care, this does allow them to stay with us from 18 to 21. So a lot of folks don't really know that, and that's really important to know. And again, as we've already said, and as we've been hearing all day, a lot of the youth that we see involved in COFCCA have had such traumatic histories. They've had their own sexual abuse, grooming, family relational issues that lead them along this way to get involved in COFCCA communities. And these are the kids, the ones that don't necessarily identify as being involved in COFCCA yet, and maybe aren't at that place to start talking about it. Those are the youth that are, we want to start working with before, to speak about that preventive measure that we were talking about earlier. We want to prevent, the problems from getting worse for them. So one thing in terms of the population that we work with, we require that all family members living in the home, even if transient, are active in our services. The perpetrator cannot be living in the home at the time. Our models don't really allow for that. And again, that's just, there's more treatment that needs to be done if the perpetrator is still living in the home. And in terms of the relational family therapy and the trauma-focused CBT, as Barbara mentioned, we use them in a flexible manner because that's what the population needs. The relational family piece and the trauma piece are just one and the same. We need to get to the bottom of what's been going on, what is causing the youth to flee from home to these, perpetrators that in their heads look like loving, nurturing people in their lives, and as we know, don't end up being that in the end. So the relational family therapy piece helps to really address the disruptions, the sense of safety, the loss of security that's already happened. And the relational family therapy was actually originally started by Ackerman Institute for the Family, and the model's been great for us. The trauma-focused CBT piece we do with the parent and the adolescent at the same time, and that's really key, getting the parent or the caretaker involved from the beginning to not only understand what's going on, but to be able to provide that support on an ongoing basis. It allows coping skills. It allows for training of behavioral management, really understanding what's going on for the family and the individuals at the same time. And again, going back to the communication, what's already happened, where can we go, future planning, how do we make sure everybody feels safe and understands how everything is connected. In terms of challenges that we've had with staffing. New Beginnings has 5 licensed master social workers. All of them are trained in trauma-focused CBT. We have ongoing training in relational family therapy from a specialist that we have come in. And the caseload size is 12, which really we want to allow and make sure that clinicians have opportunities to meet the clients where they are, whether that's at a coffee shop, near their school, wherever that is. If they can't make it to the office, we don't want to lose that opportunity to meet with them and bring them in and make sure that they're safe. And January, you brought up a very good point. It's sometimes just that seeing the child, having them see that you're not angry at them, you really just want to make sure they're safe. It's just the building blocks to the work that we do, because they haven't experienced that. They sometimes come home and parents not understanding what's going on, really not understanding what's going on, where they are when they're not home, what's leading to that. Anger is what we see, and it's what they see, and that's not what it is. It's caring and it's concern. So it's a lot of time training the parents to just put the anger aside and the concern aside, obviously, and just allow them to come back into the home. As many other service providers I think can identify with, turnover is a common challenge that we all face, especially when dealing with trauma and dealing with CSAC topics. It's a lot for clinicians day in and day out to be able to hear these stories. So we really pay a strong focus to self-care, making sure we're paying attention to burnout, making sure clinicians are taking time off and recognizing if they themselves need a timeout. That can really go a long way. We also pay special focus to vicarious trauma. We institute trainings to address vicarious trauma and just make sure that everyone knows it's real. And vicarious, there's nothing wrong with practicing self-care and taking care of yourself. And in terms of when we're hiring staff, we're very transparent that it's tough stuff that we're talking about, and you have to have an unconditional passion for working with youth impacted by sexual abuse, exploitation, and trauma. It's hard, easier said than done, as we all know.
I just have one question. We heard from the other panelists how difficult it is to deal with this population. Now, tell us a little bit about some of the problems that you encounter in dealing with families and kids themselves.
It's all over the gamut. There has been every kind of issue. Of course, we're happiest when people really engage very well. We've had some instances where the child just refused to come home, and mom said, "I'm thinking of changing the locks." That's it, I've had it, and we've been able to convince the mom not to do that and to reverse her course and help lure the child back in. I've talked about this before. Having this mom, instead of that, in terms of helping her change her, transform her anger into the concern and caring that was beneath that. The mom was at some point able to cook her daughter's favorite meals and leave them in the fridge, because the girl would come home during the day when mom was working sporadically and would eat the food and leave her dirty clothes there. So she was able to cook her favorite foods, leave her notes that there was a plate for her in the refrigerator. She did laundry for her. She didn't necessarily wash the clothes to throw her at home, but she left her clean clothing and she left her notes telling her how worried she was, how much she missed her, and how much she wanted to see her. And eventually was able to save this girl. Vice was involved with this. And she was in a very dangerous situation. So this is an unusual kind of case for us, but it really runs the gamut. Sometimes it's a child who we don't see. Sometimes a parent will, not be able to shift, not be able to stop blaming, and those are, of course, most difficult cases. But, and sometimes the kids keep running away, and I think it was discussed, you sometimes move forward and then you move back, and you know, it can be very discouraging for the workers who care a great deal to see a kid starting to seem to do well and then be gone again. But actually this month, 2 of these girls came back after a couple of years. And they're both mothers, they both have babies. One was living in a residence for teen moms, and the other is back with her mom. And they came on their own asking for services, and because they got something out of it. But I'm happy to talk about challenges too.
Yes.
Shall I do that
Please.
first? Okay. I wanted to say that starting and running a successful program of this kind really requires a great deal of work. One with establishing and maintaining community partners, as well as internal collaboration, as well as collaboration with Child Protective Services and NYPD. It requires almost constant oversight and self-examination. What is working and what is not? How can we improve upon what we're offering? And it requires great flexibility, a rigorous interest in treatment and services, I believe. It requires ongoing expert training for the staff in the modalities that we use, as well as about the needs of the population. And as Heather noted, it really requires a very passionate and talented staff for it to work. And so in the last 4 years, there have been many changes of tightening up things, of adding things, of subtracting things, and we feel that we're doing where we want to be right now, but we still have to think about this, you know. And we're the sole program funded by ACS to work with children who have been abused, exploited, and vulnerable to exploitation along with their families. And a unique part of our program, and one of the things that makes this work, I believe, is that we don't charge fees. All of our direct services are fully funded. Caseloads are sized so that when the kids or the families don't come to us, we go to them. This includes, as Heather said, their homes, the schools, it could be the park, it could be McDonald's. We can meet them where they are literally and figuratively. I think this is very important to be effective with this population. And as noted, they don't self-identify, nor do they conform to the routines established by mental health clinics. And I think there are wonderful clinicians in mental health clinics, but mental health clinics have to sustain on a fee per session structure. And therefore, they can't work with these kids long-term because they don't commit. The nature of our funding really gives us the opportunity to be creative in our approach and to work with the family, which we believe in the end is often the child's greatest source of strength, if we can help the family to really be there. It helps kids from falling through the cracks. So it has been our gratifying experience that with successful engagement, and we can't do this with all, but with many, families have been able to hear their child's experience, to tolerate a larger variety of their child's expressions, to develop a capacity to express their concern and empathy, which the child has really needed. We've seen inter-family relationships strengthened. And in those cases, many of these kids have stopped running away, no longer needing to escape from that stressful, painful situation at home. they have frequently refrained from returning to their COFCCA partners who they had trauma bonds with rather than supportive bonds. And when we've helped these kids develop personal skills for self-soothing and regulating their triggers and emotions, we've seen all of the COFCCA activities diminish. And these kids have begun to demonstrate an interest in rejoining communities and school and thinking about their futures in a very different way.
How long is it in service?
We do not have a strict guideline, which is a wonderful thing. It was thought to be an average of 1 year. We know that it's not realistic, although we see some families go less than a year, and we see, I'd say on average, 2.5 years.
We'll go to Dixie, Crenshaw, Zoe. Is that
So the question we would like to have our last panel present.
We'll do the question later, right? Yeah.
Okay, we're the new kid on the block as far as our program is concerned, in that we don't actually have a program as yet for working with commercially sexually exploited children. However, we have a huge commitment to working with at-risk youth. In fact, the Children's Home has been there since 1847. The two of us weren't there at the beginning, but I have been in the field 46 years. So I've worked with sexually traumatized kids during that entire time. And in fact, the very first child I worked with, who we would now call a CSEC child, was 35 years ago. It was a 4-year-old boy who was commercially exploited by his mother, who had him perform sexual acts with these various men who would come into her apartment, and she would be paid either money or drugs. And this little boy had to dress in various costumes, like a cheerleader's costume or some kind of uniform, school uniform that he would be required to wear. So the degree of exploitation here was just unbelievable. And as a 4-year-old, of course, he could only share his story through play therapy. And I'll never forget, one of his scenes was to set up a pet store. And this pet store supposedly took in animals from families who could no longer take care of their pets, and then sell the pets to good families who would take care of them. But instead, the store owner killed the animals. So that tremendous sense of betrayal and deceit and people ending all of his play. I suggested we get the animal rights people involved and put a stop to this. So he thought that was an okay idea, but he could only go with it for a certain distance. The animal rights truck came to the pet store and loaded all the animals onto the truck, but the truck only got just a little ways down the hill. It turned over, and at that point, all the animals were killed. So we were back to the drawing board, because like most of these young people that Lori and I have worked with at the Children's Home, the issue of trust is way beyond what you typically encounter in kids in the child welfare system. And even though the law changed in 2008, I think it was Jan Marie who was talking so much about the language, how it's in the language. And these kids feel, no matter how we try to help them look at it differently, they feel that they've been whores or prostitutes. And that is such an insidious shame-based kind of issue that they're dealing with, that it's very, very hard to get past that. There's so much self-hatred and self-contempt. There's a high rate of self-harming behaviors in this population because they turn on themselves with that same contempt that they feel other people have shown towards them. One thing we haven't talked about today, but one thing that I think about when we consider this problem, why is it that this industry is right up there with drug dealing, $32 billion industry? From a cultural point of view, it seems to me that we bear a kind of collective responsibility here, that in our culture, young girls are sexualized in a way that I think makes them vulnerable to be viewed just simply as objects for the gratification of adults. So there's a lot of cultural influences here that I think set the stage for this horrific problem that we're encountering in our programs, our agencies. Whenever we've had kids who've AWOL, it's amazing to me how quickly they can fall prey to these predators. We had an adolescent girl who ran away from our program, and within 6 hours she was gang raped by a group of men who were paying the apartment owner for their chance with this 15-year-old girl. And so it's just astounding that there are so many vulnerabilities that these kids are up against. In terms of the clinical work, one of the concepts that's coming out of neuroscience that I think is incredibly pertinent to our work is affective windows of tolerance. That kids can only tolerate within a certain window the emotional impact of some of these experiences. And in order to keep them safe, we have to be sensitive to that window of tolerance. That's where we really earn our stripes as therapists, to be able to be attuned enough and sensitive enough to know when we're exceeding that window of tolerance and be able to help them pace in a way that they're not going to be re-traumatized. One of the great assets we have at the Children's Home is a facility dog program. And some of you may have read about our work using these dogs in the courtroom with vulnerable witnesses. And Lori was involved in a landmark case in 2010 where Rosie, the dog we were using at the time, accompanied an adolescent girl who had to testify about extensive sexual trauma. And with the help of Rosie at her side, a golden retriever, she was able to withstand the hour and 15 minutes of testimony and cross-examination. And this has led to more and more use of these dogs, and now we have Rosie's grandson, Ace, who just his presence in the room makes kids feel safer, more trusting, calmer. And sometimes the trauma narrative can happen within a couple of weeks with these kids, where ordinarily it would take me 6 to 9 months to earn that kind of trust. But the ability of their dog to make a bond with these kids and to help them feel safe is just amazing. And some of the more recent neuroscience work, the work of Stephen Porges and Bessel van der Kolk, they talk about how these traumatized victims need to feel viscerally safe. Because it's to a large extent their physiological system that is geared towards fight or flight, and they're jumping out of their skin. They're so uncomfortable in their own skin because of all of this hyper arousal that they feel. And just petting the dog, getting down on the floor with the dog, has a way of calming that physiological arousal. And partly by the release of oxytocin. There have been a number of studies that indicate petting a dog or even gazing at a dog that you're bonded with releases oxytocin, which is the feeling good hormone that mothers get when they nurse their babies. And that helps to buffer them against traumatic exposure and help them to cope with stress. We haven't talked today about the other side of the coin, which Lori and I have seen a lot in working with the trafficking victims that we've had at the children's home, and that is resilience. It just absolutely amazes us that given what these kids have gone through, how incredibly resilient a number of them are. If you were to talk to one of these girls, if she were sitting right next to me at this moment, I don't think you would believe that she was a trafficking victim, because she's just a very personable, polite, likable young lady who's doing well in school, and she's just remarkable. And so we should never lose sight of the self-reparative forces in these kids and not be too quick to jump on pathology. We're all trained to pounce on pathology, but I think in terms of helping them change, we get so much more leverage by looking at their strengths. And just one final note of caution, and give the microphone to Lori. I think we should never assume that we know these kids or that we understand them. I find that kids get really furious when we come across that, I know what your situation is. I think we should do more listening and being open to their experience without being quite so eager to categorize their experiences or to classify them or label them in some way. I learned so much by just listening to them. And so I would urge all of us to retain some sense of humility in working with these youngsters. They can teach us a lot. But for me to say, I know what that's like, I don't know what that's like. To be beaten because you're not feeling like going out in the street and turning tricks. I have no idea what that would be like. So I would just share that bit of caution with those of you who are fellow clinicians.
Okay, I am a clinician at the Children's Home of Poughkeepsie, and I've been working there for 7 years.
And I would say within the past year and a half, 2 years is when we started hearing about the CSEC population. And like Dr. Crenshaw said, we don't actually have a program designated for exploited children. So when we do get cases in, we've had a few confirmed cases. I think that probably some of the other children that have come through our program probably had been exposed to that as well, but at the time, it wasn't a talked about issue, so unfortunately it was most likely missed. But within the past 2 years, I've worked with 3 confirmed cases, all girls, and one had been trafficked internationally, while the other 2 have been trafficked here in the United States. And I think that training is really important. When I received my first trafficking case, I was not very much aware of how to work with a child that had been commercially exploited. I did a lot of work with her with TFCBT, but some of her behaviors within the group home that she was residing in were a little bit different than some of the other kids that had maybe just been, I don't want to say just been sexually abused, because sexual abuse is a significant issue. However, some of her behaviors were maybe a little bit more concerning than the rest of the others in the house that I was not really aware of because I wasn't familiar enough with the exploited population. This particular young lady ended up, she was placed with us when she was 17 and signed herself out at 18. So unfortunately, I only worked with her for 12 months, and probably the 12th month is when she told me her story. So it was just, we had just gotten to the point of her being able to tell me what had gone on with her in another country, and then she signed herself out of care. And I think what was stated before about the family work is really important, especially working with kids that are placed with us through the child welfare system. I have one case now whose family is very, very involved. They come visit their child every weekend. They're willing to do family therapy, very much engaged. With the child that I had that signed out of care, unfortunately, the mother would never come to family sessions and ended up, participating enough to where that child could go on home visits. And then, the kids would come back with injuries, and I would say, well, what was happening? And, it didn't really come about until the end that child was in a relationship with someone that I believed have been her pimp. And when that kid signed out that day, she actually never went home, which was where she was supposed to go. She was missing, and her mom never called us to ask us why she didn't get off the train. And the only time the mom called was when that child had to go to court to close out her case in Westchester. And it's unfortunate that the child was missing that entire time. However, I did give her my cell phone number, which my intern is sitting in the audience today, and I wouldn't recommend that because your field advisor might not like that. But that kid called me a couple weeks ago after she had a physical altercation with that man, and she was smart enough to call me during the actual altercation so I could hear what was going on over the telephone. And I was able to contact the police, and they were able to do a welfare check on her. So creating trusting relationships with the kids are really important, along with the families if you can. The Children's Home is really interested in creating a program specifically for exploited children. It's been very interesting hearing the other agencies here that haven't had funding and they've been able to create it anyway, or all of the years that it took for a program like JCCA to create a program. So in the meantime, while we don't have a program, Dr. Crenshaw and I both serve on the Dutchess County Task Force Against Youth Trafficking. So that is a committee that we sit on within Dutchess County with different agencies within the community that are all committed to working with the exploited population. And our idea is that eventually each one of the agencies that sit on this committee will have, hopefully, maybe somebody such as a safe harbor coordinator so that we can have a system-wide response in the event there's a case that emerges. The other things that we're actively doing is that we've been to several trainings through the task force, and then Dr. Crenshaw and I have
conducted in-services for our childcare staff, the supervisors, and the other clinicians within the agency in order for them to be trained on the indicators, the push-pull factors of this population. Again, I think that that's really big because I wish that I had known about this a year and a half, 2 years ago when I had gotten that first case. But now that I've been trained a little bit more, I'm able to tailor my skills with TFCBT and some of the other clinical work that I do to fit this population specifics. For instance, I just received a new case not that long ago, and I made sure to walk her around our agency and to introduce her to everybody possible so that she would become familiar with faces and understand that these are the staff here and this is a safe place. This is a kid that told me in her interview that she will never talk about anything that ever happened in her past because she's already been in a program for exploited children. And I probably couldn't tell you that I have to actually end our sessions because she talks that much. And her cottage supervisor is here that can also say that that's an ongoing thing that she does with the childcare staff. So we've been able to provide a safe environment for these children to be able to talk about what's happening with them. One of the other things our agency we've been able to do is provide court advocacy. While we haven't had an exploited child go to court yet to testify against traffickers, we have had children go to court to testify against their perpetrators, and the utilization of the courthouse dog has been instrumental in being able to provide effective testimony for those kids and resulted in convictions. The other thing is being able to connect with them, with the ADA, the DA's office, law enforcement. We are the advocates that go with them, that sit through the trial preparation, that offer the assistance. We assist those children in establishing relationships so that they can provide effective testimony and give information, which I think is really very important. The only other thing I think that I would want to touch on is that we're just very interested in learning more and more about this population and learning more about how to be able to create a program for this population. Like I said, we do receive referrals for abuse and neglect children, JD and PINS, and so that's actually how some of these youth have come into us. So while they're not placed because of exploitation, they've been placed because they're running away from home. So we are making provisions within our agency to provide services for the population.
Thank you. So, any questions? Yes, sir.
No, not at the beginning. I am trained to think very much of that.
Yes, as I said, so our New Beginnings does not have formal sanctuary implementation, but I am trained in it, so this comes along with me, and it's very intertwined. Yeah.
Yes.
I had a question I was hoping to get a chance to ask before Jennifer left. But I actually wanted to ask you as well, because you were talking about having limits on the number of cases that you can accept. And I'm just a little curious about what you do when you reach out and you can accept another child. What's your process? What do you do?
We're at capacity for the program, you mean? Well, hopefully we never have to ever turn away a family, but we network with other agencies in the community. We would always connect that family with someone else. We would never just turn them away.
Sometimes it's a matter of timing also. I mean, we might not today, but we might in a month. And, we're citywide, so, it really depends on the community and the issues and the ages, and et cetera.
I just have one last question for the panel. Given the fact that many of these sexually trafficked kids coming from other countries from time to time, are there any cultural issues that becomes a barrier to white supremacy?
I think that it's important that if there are cultural barriers, to not depend on the client to educate the clinician.
on their culture. I think that we have to be proactive as clinicians to go out and look up the culture in regards to where that child might be coming from. To date, I haven't really experienced that. I think that we're pretty diverse at the children's home, and we do have kids that come from other countries. We've seen a lot of kids come in when their parent, that they've been born and their parents have come to America and the grandparents have raised the children and then brought them back into the country when a new sibling has been born, and kind of had them become a caretaker for the new sibling. So I think that that's something culturally that we have to look at, and kind of understand and not jump right on the parent for saying you brought this kid to babysit the new brother or sister. But I think that that's a cultural thing that we're working on understanding within our agency.
With some of the kids who have come across the border from Honduras to El Salvador, a lot of those teenagers, and we have a program now for these kids, unaccompanied minors, have been told by their families, and it's big in their culture, not to look back. Your salvation is simply going forward. We don't talk about the traumas of the past. So that's been a barrier to our psychotherapeutic work with those clients.
Yes.
We've seen a number of families in which the parent came to the U.S. before sending for all of the children, and also may have had additional children while here, and eventually feel able to send for those other children. And in several cases, some of these children were abused and exploited very badly in their countries of origin, unbeknownst to the parents. And they were abused sometimes by the responsible caretakers. And that has proved very challenging, and has been very important to uncover.
Sorry, your question triggered another thought for me. So for those that aren't familiar with the sanctuary model, a core piece is the self model. And I think that's very applicable for CSEP youth. The self model is safety, emotional management, loss, and future. So even if you don't go through the model in a straight line, it's important to touch upon each of those areas with the youth. Emotional safety, emotional management, loss, and future. In terms of safety, emotional safety, physical safety, and that, someone had spoken earlier about we can't begin to engage with the youth if they don't feel physically safe and able to do that. Emotions that, again, sometimes look like anger or oppositional behaviors, that's thrown around so easily. It's once we have conversations and look at that deeper, what are we really seeing connected to the emotions? Losses that the kids have had that have brought them to the CSEC lifestyle, and what are their future goals? What is their motivation and hope that's going to get them through this? So that was a very good question. Thank you.
One parting word that I just want to make is, in 1989, the United Nations had what they call the UN Declaration of the Right of the Child. And in that declaration, they require all UN members to guarantee that every child born in your country has a birth certificate. Now, for us, this is elementary. It's something that happened automatically. But without the birth certificate, many kids are vulnerable to trafficking, because it's very difficult to tell whether there's a child or an adult, especially if they've been abused since they were little. Physically, they are not growing, and they can be 23, 24, 26. They look like a child, but they still is an adult we deal with. And especially kids who come to this country undocumented, tend to be very, very vulnerable because there's no way of anyone to know that they're here, or even when you know that they're here, to know who they are or who they belong to. So I think Dr. Crenshaw make a remark that really, I think I need to reiterate as a parting word. Sometimes when working with vulnerable children and young adults, we tend to think that we professionals, and we do know a lot about what we do, but we really don't know these kids. And I think that's where the rubber hit the road. When you realize that that person is going through something that you have no idea personally about. We have the resources, we have the expertise, we can help them, but we need to learn how to listen. It's something that I had to learn the hard way, but it's listening, and it's very different than hearing. And I thank you very much from the Children's Home for Poughkeepsie, and we thank you very much from Mount Sinai Central.
So we are actually at the conclusion of our conversation, and we thank all of you for coming and participating. Another round of applause for our panelists who really make this happen, and our colleague Catherine Chong, all the way from DC. Thank you for making the trip, and for Susan Morley, our city government partner, and for all of you, if you have any questions or comments, feel free to email me. I think most of you have my email address, and we've got some IT support back in New York City watching the live streaming, and already we've got the article for Newsweek. We've got a link for it, and we've also got a number of other links based on the presentation, the presenters. So we've got many links, and we will send out those resources to you sometime before the end of the week, so you don't have to do a lot of scrambling to try and find those resources. We can thank Mary Jane DeSablis, COFCCA's IT person, for making this happen. And inside your packet, there are evaluations. Please complete the evaluations. They're very important as they inform us what you'd like to see next. And for our panelists who are still in the room, I've gotten a request. We'd like to take a group picture. And if there are no other comments or questions, are there any other comments or questions? On that note, we'll ask our panelists to come forward and we'll take a group picture. Thank you all very much. Travel safely as we are headed back into another snowstorm. We cannot wait until spring. Thanks, everybody. Travel safely.
Thanks, Dr. Sophie Charles.
I wanted to take a photo.